How's it going, everyone? And welcome to another episode of No Excuses with your favorite show host, Ara Still.
Fenarian.
And also, we're here to bring you the latest news and games commentary for the week that was, and we're all here, and we don't have to run away, which makes this quite an exceptional and auspicious occasion. Yes, indeed.
Yes. Indeedy.
Burn is dead.
Yes, I'm dead. I'm just gonna lay here. It's fine.
Right. On the show today, we're going to continue in Old Palace of the Dead run. We took up to floor 100, and just gonna left there and see how far we get it until I have to start paying attention.
If you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us an email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com. You can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvtw, or you can join us in the Discord channel, which you can get to by clicking on the link provided underneath the show description in the show archive on YouTube. And I believe that Real Serethus is now back.
Yep, I sent him
Hooray!
a link personally. I don't know if he remembered that you could get it off of YouTube stuff, but he sent me a Steam.
Yeah. Oh, what is that?
What?
Sorry, I've just been distracted by something that is eye-searingly awful.
What?
Yeah, he's right there. That scholar.
What? Oh my.
Oh my, indeed.
Why do people do this?
Because they hate our eyes.
You know, I didn't notice that he had no pants on until you pointed it out.
Nor
Yep,
did I, and you didn't have to.
I didn't have to, but then I noticed he had no pants, and I had
You had to
point it out.
share?
I had to share the pain.
Oh, let's. How bad is this?
Bro, where are your pants?
Adventure plate leaves much tired.
Oh, how bad is it?
It's boring.
At least he's got pants on in it. But he's also got that, what is it? The adventurer vest that everyone uses for their glamour plates.
By everyone, you mean male Rothgar, because y'all all need to show off your gay chests.
No, it's literally everyone. Go for a spin through the Eorzean archive at some point, and yeah, there's that many glamours that use that chest piece. It's not funny.
Putting my controller back on the floor again.
Because brr.
Right. I have adopted funny sunglasses for a bunch of my glamours for the moment. They go away once we get. Right.
That's gonna be a
somebody
thing
over
now.
not eating their veggies.
Yes.
Right. So,
yeah.
on the show today, we can't do super shenanigans, but as long as time, I think
just don't do anything ridiculous. Yeah.
Don't run out in the middle of the
Don't we?
I can heal, and actually, I can. No, I've still got Cure 1 on my. No, wait, hang on a minute. No, I already took Cure 1 off my bar. That's fine. We're good.
Yeah, the second you get Cure 2, Cure 1 can go on the low level bar, or you can use the macro.
Yeah.
The finicky macro that sometimes doesn't work.
There's a Ziz coming behind you, by the way. There it is. So yeah, we'll jump in straight into weeks, and a good chunk of my week, well, part of it was taken up by watching the Jeff Keighley show.
Yeah, you did this so that we didn't have to. I'm going to give you points for
I
it.
suffer for everybody else's benefit.
Yeah, because I'm not watching that crap.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that later. The other thing, of course, is still shipping away Fallout 4. It's just one of those dumb, mindless games I just love to fire up. But also, I put probably a good chunk of time into Star Rail this week.
Which makes me happy, because I want somebody I can talk to about it.
So I've just finished, well, I'm in the process of finishing the main story on Urilo 6. So I've got Fire Trailblazer, who I like. And it seems like there's a good hour of just wind down now.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's there's also the follow up, because there's a what happened afterward as well.
Yes, as well as a lot of side content which I haven't gone and done yet either. So I'm thinking once I hit the official end of Urilo, before moving on to whatever's next, I'll go back and do a lot of that side content.
So the climactic fight of Jirilo 6 is like a lot of most people really like the music, but some people make fun of it. They say that, oh, you have to fight to a Nickelback song.
Say, but yeah, it kind of hits all those same notes. Oop, come back here.
Bad news bears. Bad news bears. I did not see that thing.
What have you done?
He exploded.
I went to try and hit the Ziz and didn't see the thing in the corner.
Zzz.
Trying to figure out why my potions were grayed out. I had the wrong ones on my bar.
Yeah.
This is
So, yeah,
eternally associated with Kuka launch for
that-
me.
That climactic fight wasn't particularly tough,
It's not.
but it was very, very hype.
Though there are sort of how do I say? There are my suspicion, the feeling that I've gotten is that there are breakpoints in your advancement through the equilibrium levels where fights are tougher or easier.
Hmm?
Because everything is going to scale to your level, right? To your equilibrium level.
Yes.
And I think that there are some bosses, it seems, that are harder on certain levels than others because the expectations of your group development are different.
Yeah.
Like if you
So
are
I
doing, if you do Jirilo 6 right away, it's basically not expecting you to have any relics. Like they're all going to be level 1.
Yeah.
But if Ari were to jack his equilibrium level up to where it's supposed to be based on the amount of combat he's done and then attempt to do it, he'd probably get shellacked until he went and got some decent relics.
Yeah. Like, I'm doing Equilibrium 2. I've only done one upgrade quest so far, and going around with level 1, level 0 relics, just the stuff you randomly pick up, it's serving me fine at this point.
Yeah, and I was able to get away with it up until about the next to top, maybe 5 or 6, I think. I got away with level 1s, but things got really hard towards the end there. My goodness. And I was like,
I'm
I
actually
don't
glad.
want to.
The upgrade quest did give me a bit of a run. Nothing like too outrageous, but enough to be a little bit of a challenge. So
Well, that's where you're expecting it to be. If it's a little bit of a challenge, then you're at the right
I grab
difficulty
that.
level for the next one up.
Grab that.
Yep. Yeah, so that made it feel like, yeah, okay, it was a good time to move up.
But yeah, the first that first climactic boss fight is basically a tutorial. Like,
Yeah.
it's to teach you how to use Preservation Trailblazer. That's the
Yes.
purpose of it. So
So my team actually has 2 tanks on it now, so I've got to rejigger it again.
generally speaking, it was agreed quite some time ago that it is better not to build Trailblazer as a tank, Preservation Trailblazer, but better to
Okay.
build them as a bruiser.
Right.
Um,
Because, yeah, for a
because
preservation character, he does hit hard.
there is no way to build Fire Trailblazer where they can solo sustain a group. You will always need to have another sustain on the team,
Yeah.
whether that's a healer or a tank. It doesn't matter how good your relics are, you'll never be able to get to solo sustain. However, the utility of a hard taunt is something that no other character has.
Is this a recurring theme with Trailblazer, where you just get a useful tool that is in very high demand, but not particularly well
much.
represented?
Yeah, like Destruction Trailblazer is the only character who can out of combat heal the party, which
Yep.
can be useful in certain circumstances until you've got a massive stockpile of items. The Preservation one can hard taunt, and the Harmony one can provide the super break effect to the party.
So, yeah, unlike Traveler, Trailblazer is always relevant.
Traveler has like 2 elements that are maybe sort of useful.
You rock.
The Dendro one is really good if you don't have any, apparently.
Yeah.
But I have the Shuttlecock, so I don't have a frame of reference there.
Yeah, so that's good. You've got, like, the main character isn't being shuffled off to the side. Oh, you
I
want to rage
had
again? Go rage again.
I had Preservation Trailblazer in my party for a very long time because it was allowed me to have tank functionality without sacrificing too much damage.
Yep. Yeah, I noticed that with Japard. He's really good at sustaining the party, but he hits like a wet noodle.
Your priority with Japard is to get as much durability as you can through your light cones and build him primarily for energy regen and speed.
Yes.
Because you need to use his ult as often as possible in order for him to solo sustain a group. So you can't afford to favor anything else over speed and energy regen. So like it's very tempting to jack up his defense using your rope, but generally speaking, you want an energy regen rope if possible. You need him to get as many turns as possible and to regenerate as much energy as possible so that you can raise that shield as often as possible. So you want to use like a light cone like Landau's Choice or something to give him the durability. I mean, there are pieces like...
I think I've got free market on him at the moment.
That's really, really good if you are running Kafka or if you are running Acheron. If you are not
have
running either of those, then there are better options, but it all depends on you having them available.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm at that point is since I'm still fairly early on in the game, I'm lacking a lot of the options. Although the gacha has been fairly kind with filling me out with newish characters. So I've got,
well, you seem to be getting all of the key pieces that you need to move on because, you know, the biggest difference in terms of performance is usually between 4-star DPSs and 5-star DPSs because when they make a 4-star DPS, they have to be conscious that they aren't stealing money from themselves by making them too good to justify pulling something else. Whereas with the supports and the sustains, it's not really so much of an issue. So the power gap is smaller between permanents and limiteds and between 4 stars and 5 stars. But you can generally, like, even though that gap for damage is bigger, damage is just how long the fight goes on for. So if you can get your sustain game working and you've got some good supports, the amount of damage that you do with your DPS units is pretty much just much of a muchness. Like you can make do, and there are ways to build certain ones that make them really effective. Like Xue Yi is extremely powerful once you get Harmony Trailblazer. Just a really, really effective unit. And there's not a lot of, unless you're planning to pull for Firefly, there's not a lot of competition for break damage units, break damage relics. So you can basically ground all of those onto your Harmony Trailblazer because she passes her break effect onto other characters.
Yeah. Currently, I've been spinning the silver ticket gacha whenever I can because there's a lot of useful units in there.
Well, you generally should. There's no reason to ever save silver tickets.
But I'm also been trying for Boot Hill. Haven't had any success, but yeah, I'm throwing him on that banner whenever I get a chance.
But Fern,
Boot Hill is very, very effective at certain things. It's just you've got to build a team around him to make sure you maximize his performance. Since he's a hunt character, and the thing about hunt characters is they only do one thing, and that's kill the thing directly in front of them. So you need to make sure they're very well supported for that job.
Yes.
But Fern,
Boot Hill snowballs really fast as he kills targets, so he can still work against multiple targets, but it's just a matter of making sure that you can sustain long enough to do it.
He has a penis.
I mean, with that hair, are you sure?
Well, you don't know that. His entire body is robotic.
He is also a robot, so yeah, there's that.
He's got a robo penis. Even worse.
Oh, no.
It's quite likely. It's like a weed whacker.
These are the things we do not ask because we are happy in not knowing.
Been through these floors.
It's been a good time, and now I'm starting to actually get into the story and seeing where it all goes. Like the story
Unfortunately,
for Euro isn't particularly complicated.
it's the introductory story,
It's
right?
the
This is
introduction,
basically this is what it's like to go on a Trailblaze expedition. This sort of the pace setter for what the normal like. This is a week in the life of a member of the Astral Express type of thing, and you can tell that it's going to be that way because the adults send the kids to do it.
Yeah. They
Like
even look
it is,
down and go, "Were they doing all right?" Yeah. Okay, we'll just stay here.
like you can tell quite explicitly that Welt and Himiko have assessed this sort of like catastrophic world-ending event that's going on in Jurassic 6 and have decided that this is simple enough for the kids to handle, and they can go on their first outing by themselves.
Yes.
Like this is the Trailblaze equivalent of sending the kids down to the dairy to pick up some groceries for the first time.
Go down there, pick up a few treasures, save the world a little bit, and be home in time for dinner.
Yeah, just go have your little play date, and we'll see you when you get back.
Yeah. So apparently, yes, saving the world is just kind of what Trailblazers do.
So the next chapter, Shansho Loafu, is the filter for a lot of people. A lot of people just don't like the way the story is built because it's very lore heavy in a variety of ways. The story doesn't make much sense and is very messy. But I don't necessarily mean that. Like most people say, this is bad writing, but and while there are certainly criticisms to make of the writing in Shansho Loafu, I don't really feel like they're that substantive because it feels like the sort of mess that you would get if you had multiple sort of factions engaging with a situation that all had agendas that clash, and basically nobody gets what they want, and everything just turns into a huge mess. It's not a very neat story. Like it's a very alien culture. Like going to Jirilo 6 is just going on holiday in Russia.
Basically, yes.
Going to the Xianzhou Luofu is a bit different because while it's like going on holiday in space China, it's also got like the cultural artifacts associated with the fact that everybody, like the shortest lived inhabitants of the Luofu, live for 300 years. The Vidyadhara, they live for 700 years and then reincarnate indefinitely. The regular residents live for thousands of years. Like
that's going to do something to a culture.
The perspective on the way they live is different, and so the main problem with their culture is that you see that they end up having a lot of man children. Because their pace of life is so slow, they act like stroppy teenagers for longer. But generally speaking, like it's about the way the story has to be told as a result is that you end up with lots of lore dumps, because what is deep history for a short-lived being is it happened last week for the residents of the Luofu. So a whole bunch of stuff that would seem kind of, irrelevant to the residents of another planet are like, well, this is a problem or a grudge that we are still dealing with, even though it happened 300 years ago, type of thing on the Luofu. So the pace of the story is very wonky since it's accommodating the lifespans of the characters that are participating in it. And there's a lot of people that complain, oh, this plot twist came out of nowhere, and I don't know, I think the perception of it that I had was different because I played through Herta Space Station, Jirilo 6 and Shansho Luofu at a sprint because they were all out when I started. And so I just played through the story. And my perception was that when the what are they called? The the lackeys of Nanook, that what's that faction called? Those
Annihilation dudes.
No, not the Annihilation Gang. The Annihilation Gang are the unwanted groupies of Nanook. They're not Nanook's personal army.
I looked at it earlier, and I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, it's those forces that tend to that attack on the Herta space station. Like I had the perception of their influence sort of following me along in some sense, because they're always there at the edges even after you finish Herta space station. And so, but the perception of, since they only appear a little bit in Shansho Loifu, the perception of most of the people that played it seemed to be, oh, they come out of nowhere and interfere with the story. Was like, for me, because I played everything end to end, it seemed like they never really went anywhere. That they were sort of like an ambient threat that's throughout the place. Like, they are the force that invades Herta Space Station. They are the reason why the Eternal Freeze happened on Jirilo 6. So when they showed up on Shansho Lofu, they just seemed natural to me. Most people felt that it wasn't natural, that they had no place in that story. But yeah, like I said, I played them all together, so I didn't have that impression at all. So maybe I have a less negative impression of Shansho Lofu than a lot of people had. But I just I like the environments and the culture there. I think they're kind of interesting. And they've got those sort of like these 3 distinct races that all live very different life cycles that all form part of the same community. And yeah, I just found it sort of an interesting sort of locale in a fantasy world to immerse myself in.
Yeah, I am
So
looking forward to that because Eurolo is basically, stone and snow. That's it.
like I said, you go on holiday in Russia.
It's not even space Russia. It's just Russia. But yeah,
The
even
thing that I
underground
had
areas are
trouble.
basically the same.
The thing that I had most trouble with in Jirilo 6 was sort of grasping where they were with the schizo tech.
Yeah,
Because their tech level seems really weird. Like, half the time, it seems sort of like it's almost diesel punk at times.
Yep. And then giant robot.
Yeah, and Pella has like these things that are straight out of Gundam that accompany her to help her fight.
Yep.
Or somebody.
Yep. And then there's Svarog, who is more or less an actual functional AI in a kick-ass trench coat.
Although they deal with AI separately in another story, in Clara's character story, I believe. That they address AI and its functionality directly as a major theme of her story and what actually happens to AI long term for most AIs, because it seems to be a little bit Marathon or Halo, I guess, if you prefer.
Or they go crazy after they live for too long.
Well, it's not necessarily that they go crazy. It just tends to happen for because AI seem to emerge out of, like, basically there's simple AI and then there's general AI, right? And the simple AIs can spontaneously transition into being a real general AI, but those ones, because they haven't been designed for it, they go unstable quite quickly. And it's not their fault, and it's actually kind of painful to watch because it's sort of like watching someone get Alzheimer's. They don't understand what's happening, but they can feel their mind is falling apart.
Like, it's not a uncommon story beat with stories that involve AI, but it puts a more sad spin on it than a malevolent one.
Well, the thing is that they force you to be the one to decide what actually happens with the story in the end. I'm not going to spoil it, but it's kind of, I stared at the selection prompt for a long time.
All right, this boss.
Just don't stand in yoke. I'm gonna have to kite it
Don't
a little
stand the
bit
yuck.
because I have to spam heal me. I'm just waiting for my buff to go.
This is the one where he goes 4 around the edge and then 1 in the middle again, isn't it?
No, that's what much later.
Oh, okay. Oh wait, I remember what this one is. Yeah, these just don't stand in yuck.
Oh, why the hell did I get hit by that? That's bull. I know that I have let my subscription for IP Tunnel lapse, but come on.
There is a way to help with that a bit that makes Yoshi cry that you might.
But it makes Yoshi P cry. We don't want to make Yoshi P cry.
I'm already making Yoshi cry after I had to sit through Rika. I don't care.
Well, he deserves it for Eureka.
Sympathy for Yoshi P has expired.
Yeah.
Due to spending too much time in Pagos.
Yes, like, I just do not give a crap.
Oops. Didn't get that one fast enough.
Yeah, this guy's another NASCAR boss, but he has way less HP than the other one. But I have a white mage, so I'm being lazy with my.
That you are.
And if you want, I could put one. You literally can't kill me with this. I just keep NASCAR in the boss.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, you got.
I decided to stand in it because I was too far away to run away.
Oh, he's dead. There we go. So yeah, that's basically been my week. Is thoroughly enjoying that.
So
At this point in the game, I am a little bit disappointed just how comparatively slow that the Stellar Quartz comes in that I would like, but you get that.
Really? I guess you didn't play as much Genshin as we did.
Yeah, and I also can't hit a lot of the big events.
Well, yeah, a lot of them will come back around as archives, though.
Yeah, so I'll
Like,
hit them
once
then, get all
you
the
once you
then.
once you hit a plateau in the story and you start delving into some of the historical events that they've just got waiting for you to participate at your leisure, like those are all loaded with quartz.
Only
They
thing
didn't go anywhere.
Only thing of note on this floor set: if I pull a frog, make sure your back is not.
Yep.
Otherwise,
So I've got
it will target you for death grip. That'll.
Yes. They are jerks. The what was it? The pet event. I've just forgotten what it was called all of a sudden.
To pick.
That one. I believe that comes available after Urilo is done, so I'll be able to get a good amount of quartz from that.
Before you get too far from the main story, because I've tried to bring this up.
All right.
One of the differences from the way you and me are approaching the story, like I'm not playing it very much. You made it farther than I have at this point, but a big difference between the way the two of us have played it is I'm stopping to do the major character stories when they. I
haven't done that.
Yeah, and you haven't done that. So I'm wondering how that will set up our perspectives on the game. Because
I didn't notice anything that I felt changed my interpretation significantly. I don't remember it anyway. The thinking back, most of them are very much side stories. They don't usually involve any kind of character development. They're always about, character insight rather than development.
Yeah.
There's not really any vector there.
Given how straightforward the story for Urilo is, I'm not really expecting a whole lot there. Maybe Clara's just to expound on what the whole go there is.
If you look at the way that they sort of like entitle the sections in your quest log, they have sort of subtitles of the zones are like life under the furnace or whatever. Like they're designed to explicitly to communicate that, oh well, this is supposed to reveal a little bit to you about what life and society is like in this environment, rather than oh well, we are going to really radically develop this bit character that we're never going to see again. Like for instance, I think that Hook's story is sort of archetypical. Like she wants to give her dad a birthday present, and this is your quest to find a birthday present. And so you find out what is life like down in the underworld for your normal people living normal lives.
I'd hesitate to call Hook normal because she's a bit too toony for that. But anyway,
Hook's normal.
Pitch Dark Hook the Great to you.
Yeah, Pitch Dark Hook the Great has the Diggertron.
At the end of the day, she is just a kid, though.
She has Diggertron.
She is a kid being a kid with the Diggertron.
Yes, but you can put her in your party and absolutely butcher people because she has the Diggertron.
Explode a lot. Yeah, the Gutter actually gave me two hooks in one pull.
I've gotten so many hooks.
She's one of the more common.
I would
pulls.
Even though she's more not as useful, I would take more Pitch Dark Hook the Great over Sampo.
Sampo, I want to push him down a deep dark hole.
I have E4 Sampo.
People have very mixed feelings about Sampo. He seems to be extremely polarizing character. I haven't met anybody who's like truly neutral on Sampo. Everybody has some reason they either love him or loathe him.
I haven't gotten him out of the gacha yet, so I haven't unlocked anything on that front. But just his interactions with the main story is like, why can't you just stay put and be helpful for like 5 minutes?
Why are you so Sampo?
But no, the moment you take your
Have you-
eyes off him, he's gone. He's just
Have you
disappears.
unlocked the Bellabog History Museum yet?
I think the quest is sitting there to play. I've got
Yeah,
a
that's,
lot of that sort of stuff sitting there, so it's a big pile.
That's sort of that's a nice diversion for an afternoon. It's but yeah, the Sampo, I feel that the Japanese performance is so much better than the English performance of Sampo that it's enough reason to just use the Japanese by itself.
Yeah, he's a big
But
reason
there
I
are
had
some-
to language switch.
There's some people who find the Japanese version of Sampo utterly repellent and intolerable.
Or is he just ham?
I don't know how to describe him.
Okay.
There might. I feel like there's probably a word for it, but I just don't know what that word is.
There probably isn't in English.
I've heard people describe him as a himbo,
Eh?
but I don't really
I-
think it's accurate.
I'd have no idea if himbos actually make the jump across the culture divide.
That's a word I've heard in passing, probably from you guys, but
I'm not
It's
100%
the sort of thing
sure what
that's
it means.
really
either.
really difficult to describe, but you know it when you see it, like a mole.
But Sampo has a very distinctive delivery in Japanese that is not even attempted to be replicated by the English voice actor. Like, they are basically two different characters, English Sampo and Japanese Sampo.
The
There's
English one,
very little similarity.
yeah, the English one is greasy.
the
I mean, they're both greasy,
Yeah,
but they're greasy. The way greasy is projected is delivered in utterly different ways.
yeah.
So one of the things that gets me about Sampo is not his delivery like it is with some characters, like a lot of characters in Star Rail. It's entire
Like Don
isn't
Hung.
yeah, it's entirely just his voice and the way it sounds. About face, about face, about face.
Oh, you did a thing.
Yeah, there was a learn
I
trap.
stood on it.
You touched a
It
no-no
was
thing.
not fair. I was only like an inch away from the wall.
Rogue.
Oh boy.
How'd you get stunned? Oh yeah, you got stunned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't one shot you? I thought I one shot you.
This is Palace of the Dead. And not even very deep into it. So you were saying about Sampo. It wasn't his delivery.
Oh, it was just the natural tone and sound of his voice in the way that he's given it in that. Like, it's all on how the voice sounds. I just hate it in English so much. It's like nails on a chalkboard to me. Like Don Hung, I'm pretty sure the guy has like a ball gag in his mouth and doesn't know how to act to save his life anyway. But I'm gonna rage out.
Yeah, just go for it.
Yeah, we're just
Rage go burr.
check that chest.
Sorry about an alteration. So yeah, anyway, it's a good time, and I am looking forward. I think I will go back and do a lot of, at least the major side stories before I move on.
Yeah,
Just so I can say,
definitely the most important ones are anything in orange is
Mm,
important. The orange
Oops.
quests, Trailblaze continuances. Next most important are purple ones.
which are the character quests?
Character. Yeah,
Yep.
character one. But the orange ones are very important because it will be assumed knowledge later in the main plot.
Ah, so definitely do those at least.
Yeah, like things are just that characters will refer to things that you know but you've never seen if you don't do them.
Yep. And all the other ones are just a little side thing for here's a little bit of quartz.
Yeah, and they actively introduce things that are likely to happen, like that are going to happen later. Like, you know a little bit about what's going to happen in Penacony as a result of the end of Guerrilla 6. Like, the Trailblaze continues for Guerrilla 6. Like, you get introduced to important characters and concepts and organizations that are going to have a pivotal role there, you know, a chapter, like, several chapters later.
Right. So, okay, at the very least, I'll make sure the orange ones are done before I move on.
Yeah, the purple ones you will get a lot of insight into characters from them, but they will not contain major plot points.
All right. So I can leave Sanpo and just ignore his quest. Excellent.
Does he have one? I can't even remember.
I don't know. I hope not.
Because the reality is that even at the end of the story where I am, we still don't know a great deal about Sampo.
Okay.
And a lot of the Taverns agents are like that. The followers of Aha, like, I don't know that Sampo. I don't think Sampo's got a story quest, but Sparkle does. And Sparkle's story quest, by the time you've wrestled your way through the end of the twisting path to the end of her story quest, you have learned precisely dick all about Sparkle. She's just completely leading you by the nose the entire time.
So it's more of a story because all these events happened, and now I have a headache. I'm going to go lay down.
Yeah, it's like the whole story. Like, this is not really much of a spoiler if you know Sparkle. It's sort of like, by the end of the story, it's like, well, I thought you would find it interesting. That's why all of this happened.
Yeah,
It
okay.
was for fun. Ultimately, Sparkle just does the whole thing for fun.
Motivation I can get behind.
Well, if you were crazy, yes.
That girl is a red flag. You can't fix her.
Said anything about fixing it?
Like, she does not merely have red flags. She is a red flag.
Yeah.
I just have a soft spot for all the Ahas.
Except Sampo, because he keeps showing up on the gacha.
That's true.
Yeah.
Can
At
you
this
get
point in the
this
story,
debuff off me
they're
before bad things happen?
Yeah. They've kind of been a bit vague about exactly what the
Oh, okay.
He's
gods
being a true
are.
white mage and not knowing where his Asuna button is.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Have an
Okay.
Asuna button.
I still can't attack that thing. There we go. Trying to get that horde over there for you guys, but I can't pull anything.
So yeah. I'm trying to actually remember what the gods are freaking called now, but they're very vague as to exactly what they are and how real they really are.
They're definitely real. But they all have different origin races and have been in existence for different periods of time, and some of them are no longer in existence. Though how permanent that is really, really ambiguous. Like, because a lot of them aren't actually people per se. They were all mundanes once.
Yeah.
Like, they're like archons. You can rise to the status of an Aeon. An Aeon is vastly more powerful than an archon, but they do start in the same place.
Yeah. Because when people talk about the Aeons, they talk about them more as if they were more of a concept rather than a person.
They embody concepts. By embodying a concept is the only way to become an Aeon, but they were individuals once upon a time, and these days are treated more like gods. The old ones, nobody knows how they came to be. Like, nobody knows how the Amber Lord became the Amber Lord, and yet we talk about Amber eras. Like, you've seen that terminology, I presume?
Yeah, that's all over the place during the climax of Urilo.
An Amber era is not a fixed length of time. It's usually between 200 and 600 years, I think. An Amber era is actually the definition. The definition of an Amber era is the amount of time between swings of the Amber Lord's hammer, because the Aeon actually exists in a physical location in space and is building a wall.
Keep out all the Mexicans.
They're going to pay for it. But the Amber eras are defined by when at each time he swings his hammer, and that because the IPC worship the Amber Lord and they control all the money in the galaxy, they also control the way the date system is worked. So Yeah, that's why history is measured in amber eras. So they have sort of like godlike effects on society. The entirety of the Shansho civilization is built around Lan the Hunt. Though we don't really know much about who Lan was or what his origin was, but there are more mundane ones. Like the youngest one, I think, is Nanook,
Yeah, I got that impression.
and I think that Nanook ascended by sort of eating Tazenroth, who is the propagation.
Okay. Yep.
But yeah, they are powerful. They exist in real places, but they sort of there are lots and lots of discussions about how exactly they work and how they exist. But the impression I have got is that by ascending to their level in power, by fully embodying some form of philosophy, they sort of create a lubricated route along which other people can follow them and gain power by embodying that concept once they have sort of arrived there. Which is why, even though Akavili is gone, the Trailblaze still gives Trailblazers power, because that route, that path has been established by Akavili, even if Akavili is no longer at the far end of it. So while there will be no more Emanators, because only an Aeon can create Emanators, the Path Striders that follow that particular path can still gain power from it, even if there's no Aeon specifically granting it. But yeah, it's a very complicated part of the cosmology that doesn't appear to exist anywhere else in the Honkai setting. It's something that's unique to Star Rail.
It's interesting, that's for sure. And
But
yeah,
yeah,
it's
the old
very
ones are
deep lore.
the old ones are like the Amber Lord is really, really, really old. Long is dead, I think, but is also really, really, really old. He was the patron Aeon of the Vidyadhara before they joined the Shansho. And then there are other ones like there are some really old ones that still exist, like because the Aeons fought the Leviathans in the past, and Leviathans were sort of like giant spacefaring things that ate stuff. Basically, they're like the Catan, but not made of stars. But
Okay.
but there's at least one Leviathan that became an Aeon by embodying voraciousness. And they're sort of like among the Aeons, that one's the big bad.
Yeah, because there's got to be one.
But like Noose, the Aeon Noose was just a computer originally.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I'm asleep, so are you guys asleep? I'm asleep. I'm
All
asleep,
right.
and I have every other disease on Earth too.
You have all the diseases.
Okay, multiplayer, these things are bigger pain. Because normally, once you get the slip, they'll just walk up and bop you, wake you up instantly if you're solo.
Yeah.
I see.
But yeah, if you're not the one with aggro when they well, yeah, basically some people are getting.
Someone's going to get bobbed. That was a lot of Asunas.
We're also blinded, so that's not helping.
Yeah. Doing the solo attempts, the blinded floors I found to be really the worst because they just dragged everything out.
Yeah, they will make things take much longer, but they are unfortunately not bad enough that you can't deal with it. Can't waste your serenity on it.
They're annoying without being disruptive. Uh-oh.
Taking a nap.
Check that one over there.
Or the treasure room. Starting room.
Yes.
Yeah, some of the Aeons are definitely more abstract, like the Aeon of Equilibrium that you will have encountered now that you've gone up Equilibrium levels. Like,
yep.
I don't even know how to pronounce that name, but
yeah, it's. I'm not even going to attempt it, but he basically seeks balance in all things because equilibrium.
But I don't know what he is. I don't
he
really understand what he looks like.
He just kind of pops up and tests you, and then disappears again.
But yeah, but you do have sort of key encounters with the Aeons. Like I always thought it was a little bit weird at the start, and I don't know if they'll ever bother to explain it. That you obtain Nanook's blessing on the space station, and that's why you get your destruction powers when you pick up that bat. Like it's basically you attract the gaze of Nanook, and I don't know whether or not it counts as a blessing or what Nanook's real ambition is, but you proceed to use that bat to beat the ever-loving tar out of all of Nanook's servants. So I'm not really sure what the game is there.
Yeah. At least when you get the preservation powers, it's like, yeah, you're actually seeking to preserve something when you do it.
Let me go stand by that back chest. It's got a rage.
I don't know what that back chest one.
That one. So yeah, it's like that makes a lot more sense rather than just pick up bat.
Yeah, although it's sort of it's a little bit unusual in its own way. It's got sort of like overtones of chosen oneness because the Amber Lord is famous for not bothering to talk to people very much, despite the fact that he's got more worshippers than any other Aeon.
And it just happened to take care of this smooth-brained schmuck at exactly the moment you needed it to. Anyway, Star Rail, 'tis good. I'm having a lot of fun with it, actually, and I'm starting to really get into the swing of things now. So this is probably a good way to transition. So Vol, your week.
Let's see. Do I want to go straight into Star Rail? Well, Star Rail's a lot of like my news segment as well since I watched the updates. But yeah, so what did I do in Star Rail over the course of the week? Mainly what I did in Star Rail was
one of you two can.
Vol strong. You can strong. You hit things harder.
Mainly what I did was I did the Legend of the Galactic Baseballer event.
Yes.
And I'm not really sure how to characterize this event. Basically, you have to basically fight a huge number of mobs. Like they send heaps and heaps and heaps of waves at you, but you get these outrageously powerful weapons and things to do it with. That will give you bonuses, and some of them will like form additional sort of automatically proccing attacks that appear on your speed bar and that sort of thing. And they have different elements and effects and debuffs and things that trigger them and so on and so forth, and you basically build a deck of things. It's sort of in its own way it's similar to the simulated universe thing, but the format is a little bit different and the types of abilities you get are a little bit different. But yeah, it was an interesting diversion for an afternoon. I'm not going to do any sort of attempt to compete on score or anything, but yeah, it was a fun little game. I expect that they're going to put that one in the archive eventually because it's quite fleshed out. But basically, for each stage you would get put into a battle where there are heaps and heaps of mobs, and each wave has quite a large number of mobs in it, and you've got to go through quite a large number of waves as well until you get to the final boss. And over the course of these waves, your party will level up and get level up bonuses, and each time you level up you can pick a weapon or an accessory or upgrade an existing weapon or an accessory. And once you've maxed out a weapon, if you have a corresponding accessory, you can ascend it to legendary level, and then it will gain outrageously powerful effects. And basically, for all of those people who are like me, who are keen on the game but don't have the patience to play it to the extent that you get the really big dick damage, this is an opportunity to see enormous numbers pop up on your screen.
Big numbers
because
are fun.
You become outrageously powerful by the end of one of these runs. Like you hit something and like half a dozen 6-figure numbers will appear on the screen. Like it's really outrageous. It's basically designed around. It seems to be, to me, designed around the concept that people love seeing big numbers. Not everybody can min-max enough to see big numbers, so we'll give everybody a chance to see big numbers in this event.
Have big numbers for the sake of it.
Yeah, that's basically this event in a nutshell. Big numbers for the sake of it.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
It was a good time. It was. I have like a fully built Fushuen now, which gives me a huge amount of durability, so I didn't have to think too much about sustain. I'm not quite sure how that would play out for other people who haven't got a fully built sustain yet. I guess it remains to be seen. when somebody has a go at it, because I'm sure it will be back. But yeah, it
Make
does
sure these
require
guy-
access to Penacony though.
Yeah,
Because it takes place in the plaza of the Golden Hour.
yeah.
Well,
A lot of
at
events
least-
do require Penacony to unlock. At least the current ones. The archive ones, not so much.
Yeah, well, the archive ones happened wherever they were archived. Like you can't do the thing about rebuilding the shopping district on the Shansho Lofu because you haven't been there.
Yeah,
But,
so that makes sense.
But like things like the Bellabog History Museum and that will be available to you
Build the
because you have
bees.
access to Bellabog. The bees, where are the bees?
The bees.
But yeah, it's a fun little event. It's not particularly deep, but you can have fun for an afternoon, and that's basically the way most of these things are designed.
Yeah. Admittedly, I had more fun than I expected with Boot Hill's shooting gallery on the web app.
Yeah, I did that as well. It seemed to me I only realized that it existed on the last day, so I didn't get to play it very much.
I got the last couple of days, but I managed to get up into the 97th percentile, so I'm not
I
arguing.
didn't, but
It-
it seemed to me.
yeah, you
I
can
only-
cheat
I
when
only
using
got-
it on a tablet.
Oh well, I didn't cheat. I did it through conventional clicking.
I can shoot two things at once.
I can't. But it seemed to me that it was actually advantageous to break your combo quite regularly, which I only worked out after about 3 attempts. Because-
Okay.
When you freshly enter the combo state, the number of high value targets goes up.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
So
yeah.
it seemed to me that it was actually advantageous. Like I got my best scores when I noticed the number of high value targets was dropping off, dropped my combo, and then rebuilt my combo immediately.
Yep.
So yeah, you might have been able to make it higher than the 97th percentile if you'd done that.
If I
But,
exploited that, then yes.
I think I only managed to make it to about 85% or something because I was clicking in one place at one time and I had like 5 attempts grand total. So
No, you prop your tablet up on a box or something, and you use 2 hands. Although I did notice that the tablet does have a bit of input lag, so yeah, that was fun.
But yeah, so at any rate, yeah, so that Galactic Baseballer was a reasonably fun event. The main drawback of it is that it can take quite a bit of time, like raw time. Realistically, I probably needn't have paid attention to it the entire time. Once I had gotten my weapons set up, I could have just put it on auto and still wrecked shop. But yeah, it was reasonably entertaining. Yeah, I watched also the preview event of the next patch, Farewell to Penacony, which is going to be sort of like the capstone to Penacony. It's going to tie up most of the loose plot threads. It was an incredibly cringe show, as it always is. The English one is always incredibly cringe.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't have enough sense for the nuance of Japanese to know whether or not the Japanese one is also cringe, but the English one is definitely cringe.
Why was Trailblazer suddenly a JoJo character?
Huh?
Yeah,
I've never watched JoJo.
Trailblazer has a stand for some reason.
Grab that.
Yep.
Next room.
At any rate,
Yeah. They
I
showed the trailer during the Jeff Keighley show as well.
You really shouldn't watch those trailers. They're riddled with spoilers.
Oh my, yes.
Every single trailer they've ever done is riddled with spoilers.
Oh, come back.
Carry this
Oh,
out.
I can honestly recommend not watching any trailers at all. I can't. Where the heck is the exit?
Thankfully, the one I saw was up in the middle of the Jeff Keighley show, so my brain was already a mush at that point. So I just goes,
Yeah.
Trailblazer's got a hat.
Just don't.
What is going
don't-
on.
Don't think about it anymore. You're only going to ruin
Yeah.
things for yourself.
Yeah.
Because every trailer is like ridiculously spoilerific for whatever happened in the last chapter. Because the story just runs on without a beat, more or less.
Mhm.
The chapters don't sometimes don't stop at very natural endpoints. They just sort of pause the story because there's so much of it and so many different things going on, so many different plot threads. So yeah, the trailers are always like spoiler central. Just try and avoid them generally until you get caught up on the story. But yeah, they announced a whole bunch of stuff. The primary announcement, of course, was some more details about the new characters, Firefly and Jade. Firefly being one of the Stellaron hunters, and Jade being a one of the 10 Stonehearts, the strategic investment directors of the IPC. So the IPC seem like they're going to be a major. They are definitely a major faction that's been known for a long time. The question is on what side are they, and of course the actual answer is their own side. But
yes,
the capacity in which they function varies wildly. Like, you will often encounter them as bitter adversaries, but just as often encounter them as allies. Because they are always their slogan is all for the Amber Lord, but their practical actions all scream all for the almighty dollar.
Friendship to the highest bidder.
So Firefly is a fan favorite character after the story in Penacony. Everybody wants more Firefly because, you know, you basically you're introduced to her by going on a date with her Inazuma storyline style. Like, you're just sort of suddenly forced into a date with this character, whether you like it or not. But she won over a lot of people very quickly. Because up until that point, everybody that you meet in Penacony is highly suspect, and she is at least a little bit friendlier. So she seems to be sort of like, she's going to probably be the major meta DPS for the Break Team archetype once she comes out. Since she has heaps of break-centric stuff, toughness damage increasing stuff, and the ability to impose fire weakness on targets. So she will always be capable of breaking toughness, provided she has the opportunity to inflict the weakness.
Yep.
So yeah, she's definitely going to be very important, and she's going to work hand in hand with Harmony Trailblazer in that regard. Jade, on the other hand, follows the IPC's major theme that you can see across Topaz, Aventurine, Dr. Ratio, and now Jade, in being like all built around the follow-up attack mechanic. So, yeah, boy, she seems to be sort of the apotheosis of MiHoYo's attempts to play into the Dommy Mommy aesthetic.
There's somebody on that dev team.
Sum up about this.
Somebody on the character design team has a type.
Yeah, like, she's the sort of the tall, elegant girl boss lady who has stiletto heels and a whip, and like her
goes flying out the window.
Her alt animation is her stepping on the camera with her shoes. Yes, so you see the sole of her. You see the sole of her foot approaching your face. Yes.
You know.
Yeah.
When I called it the Step on Me Mommy archetype, I wasn't being literal yet.
Literal.
It's definitely literal now. So yeah, there's a certain type of person who is definitely going to be pulling for her. I don't have any other IPC, so except for Dr. Ratio, who everybody who was playing at the time that I was playing has. But he's no longer available for free because it was a limited time offer. But they are rounding off that particular group now, and so she's going to be erudition. And has a blast type damage on her normal attack, so it's probably going to be quite good for pure fiction and similar game modes where you have to hit lots of targets at once. But yeah,
Wing and swipe.
I don't have any IPC characters other than Dr. Ratio, so I'm not really that interested in trying to build into that archetype now, so late in the piece. And I don't have that much Jade left over anyway, and I'm still umming and ahhing about whether or not I should attempt to roll on Firefly.
But Volasel, your image as the collector of Dommy Mommies.
I never wanted this image.
It is one that has chosen you. You do not choose it,
Like
whether you wanted
I
to or not.
I rolled on Black Swan because my main team was all Dot at the time, and she was the premier Dot character. I rolled on Kafka because I had no decent 5 stars, and I needed somebody who could bring the pain. Who wasn't Yenching. And I rolled on Acheron because Acheron was basically the best hypercarry investment available to me with an incredibly nihility heavy roster. I don't have any. Oh, I don't remember which one Swing and Swipe are. Swing is the 360, right?
Yeah, swing is 360, swipe is in front.
But yeah, I don't have any particular fondness for the Dommy Mommies in specific. I don't think Ruan Mei counts. She doesn't really have the personality for it, and she was the one that I first pulled on first. And
You need a little bit more than high
Fushwin-
heels to step on people.
Fushwin doesn't have any aspect of that character. I don't think. I guess she's a bit of a career woman, but other than that, she's also shorter than everybody else. So,
Makes it hard for step.
Yes.
but yeah. So I don't know whether I'll pull for Firefly or not. Depends on how much Jade I've got or how badly I want to build into a break team. I mean, I have Ruan Mei, who's extremely good for break teams, and everybody has Harmony Trailblazer, who's also extremely good for break teams. So there is the material there that I could build a new archetype, which will almost certainly help if they're leaning into it going forward. But
Hello.
yeah, I don't
Oh, wow.
urgently need to. I guess I'll probably look at it depending on whether or not I think that, in practice it's going to be an ongoing meta defining thing, but there's no hurry. I've got functional teams at the moment. So yeah. What else? They announced that they are going to make Harmony Trailblazer able to be acquired from a sort of like a promotional screen rather than needing to actually get it from the appropriate point in the story once you've got Preservation Trailblazer unlocked. Presumably because the meta is going to shift so much as a result of the introduction of Super Break that it would not really be practical later in the life cycle of the game to leave players out in the cold at lower levels just because they hadn't done enough of the story. So that's going to become available, and for those who already unlocked Harmony Trailblazer, they'll get an Eidolon for theirs. I don't know where that Eidolon's going to come from for the people who haven't unlocked it. Maybe in the same place, I don't know. But yeah, that's the last Eidolon that you need to complete your full set for Harmony Trailblazer.
Okay.
If you've done all of Penacony.
Yeah.
Because
presumably
nobody
it'll
knew where
be
the last one
expensive
came
before
from.
you get it.
But yeah, so everybody will have access to that, which will give everybody also access to a source of imaginary element if they don't have one already. Because most people, the only source that they will have is Yukong, and Yukong is virtually impossible for a non-sweaty player to use effectively because she's so complicated to build. I mean, she's possibly one of the most powerful supports in the game if you can trick her out, but actually getting her stats that finely balanced is unbelievably difficult. But yeah, they also are introducing a new endgame mode, which is going to be focused on fighting a pair of bosses as opposed to the other wave-based ones. So we've got Memory of Chaos, which is you fight a wave of enemies and then you fight a wave of mini bosses, and you've sometimes accompanied by an actual boss. You've got Pure Fiction, where you're mostly fighting wave after wave after wave of regular enemies. So it's the waves of trash in-game mode, and this one's going to be based on fighting a pair of actual bosses with boss mechanics. They are offering also a free copy of Shuyi for your first clear of this mode. So that will give everybody who doesn't have Shuyi yet access to Shuyi, which is a source of element agnostic toughness damage, and of course that will be an extra eidolon for all the people who already have her. They are also introducing some alterations to Simulated Universe and a new Simulated Universe mode. This sort of, while I am happy to see more content get added to Star Rail, this did sort of make me wilt a little bit inside, because I have so much Simulated Universe content that I haven't touched yet.
Yeah.
Like, Star Rail is rapidly approaching the point of too much game for me to play. Which is not a bad thing usually, but it does make me feel a little bit pressed in some ways.
It's one of those things that's like, it started to build up for me, and every now and again I keep getting text messages from Herta who's saying something Simulated Universe. Except Herta also fails at sending text messages.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is with Herta is that she basically controls everything she uses with her mind now.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, but she's still a normal person in some sense, even if she's discovered reverse aging, which is kind of bizarre.
Weird.
But her, as such, she has a limited amount of attention to spread amongst a lot of different things, and so tends to treat people in a very perfunctory kind of way.
Yes.
So usually she will not be listening for a response to her text messages.
Yeah, I do like her automated sign-off. I will not read your message and will not reply.
There is, if you visit the theme park on Penacony, there's one of those things, you know, it's like a cutout standee with holes for the faces.
Yep.
That people can stand behind. You can take a photo, and you can call up other characters you've met and have them stand behind it for you to take a photo. And if you call Herta, you just get no response.
Yeah,
but if you just keep calling her over and over and over, in spite of the fact that there's no response, after enough times, she gets fed up and shows up. It's just like, just get this over with already.
Is it? Yeah, she's not actually showing up. She just sends one of her dolls, I assume.
Yeah, she sends one of her dolls. A lot of people suspect a lot of people suspect she will eventually show up somewhere in the story, and she'll be a 5-star for actual Herta.
Yes. I hope that's her real unit name is actual Herta. I have a sneaking suspicion she's going to show up and she's just going to be a computer at this point.
No,
Like,
well, I mean,
move her consciousness into a...
It could be, but I don't know whether or not it's going to be the case. But it could be. I mean, she was a human for all intents and purposes. She comments that her dolls are basically a slightly younger version of her actual age.
Yes, whatever that happens to be at this point.
Yeah, I don't know. The thing is that her age and the number of years that since she was born have no relationship to each other for Herta. So
yeah, so it really means absolutely nothing.
But yeah, so yeah, so they've added a new mode to Simulated Universe, which has got additional challenges, and this basically has got a mechanic where you can get special bonuses by combining certain numbers of blessings from more than one path to unlock different blessings.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, there's a bunch of other stuff involved as well. I haven't even done Swarm Disaster, let alone Golden Gears, let alone have time to do this new one. But yeah, they're introducing a new world to farm more. Is it just a sleepy time now?
Yep.
Yeah, it died, so yeah, nap.
But yes, so there's new blessings, there's new ways of acquiring curios, there's new types of curios that are more specific to certain paths so that you don't get so many dead ones that don't really do anything. And they are including a mechanism to allow you to sort of save state for a run immediately before the boss on each world.
Oh, that'd be nice.
So that once you have got your god run that you know you can womp the boss with, you can save state there and just repeat that every time you want to farm it, instead of having to clear the entire thing every time.
Yep.
This kind of change feels like a reaction to people that they realized, oh, not the entire planet is going to have access to Acheron.
Yeah, partly it's that, and partly it's simply the fact that even before Acheron ever came out, like the reason people praised Acheron is because of her speeding up simulated universe, but it's also because, generally speaking, the amount of time required to farm optimal gear from simulated universe is spectacularly higher than the equivalent for relics, despite the fact that their stat weightings are roughly the same. So, yeah, people just got really frustrated really quickly, and this is the remedy to that. Basically, is that once you've cleared it, you can just do a boss fight with your preferred blessing layout. So yeah, that's interesting. Hopefully they will add some more rewards to the Herta store as well, because it's getting a little bit stale now. But yeah. What else did they add? They added they did an announcement for some of the additional events that are coming out. Most of them are sort of normal fare, but they're adding a competitive match 3 game as an event,
Okay.
just because. And when I say competitive, it sounds like you can actually just go head to head with other players.
That could be fun.
Yeah, I'm not really sure on the fine details since it's still under development, but yeah, they just decided to bolt match 3 on, I guess. Yeah.
It's one of those
They
things
do
that's
this.
like super easy and everybody does it because it's like the go-to mobile game now, and has been.
I've never
always
even
been.
played one before. I don't even know
Okay.
how to play them. I just know that they're
There are
called match
about
3 games.
500 different ones. You can take your pick.
I presume that they're sort of like Puyo Puyo or something.
Puyo Puyo is one, yes. So yeah, that sort of thing, or the old school Bejeweled and stuff like that. Candy Crush.
Puyo
so on, so
Puyo
on,
is
so on.
Puyo Puyo is what happens when you gear one more towards the 1v1.
Yeah.
Yeah, at any rate, they announced a whole bunch of different events and things, but I don't know what the fine detail will be like. But yeah, certainly no shortage of content. And then at the end, they did a preview of the next chapter after Penacony. And it sounds like we're going back to see the Shansho again. We're going back to the Luofu, because it is time for the Olympics. So
What?
the Shansho, they as an entire civilization, they follow Lan the Hunt. Like they are engaged in sort of like a centuries, millennia long fight against Yashi the Abundance, and the entire civilization is extremely martial because war is what they do. Their whole civilization live on a series of world ships, sort of like the Eldar, all called the Shansho something. So the main one that you spend time on in chapter 2 is the Shansho Luofu, and there's other ones like the Shansho Yaoming and the Shansho Zhuming, and they all have different names. But they periodically have like the big event that everybody looks forward to is basically the Olympics, and every ship sends like their team of the greatest warriors and swordsmen to a big competition, which is going to be hosted the next time. That's going to be in, probably it's going to be patch 3.0, I guess, or 4.0. What number are we up to? 3.0, I guess. I don't know. It's the next one is going to be hosted on the Luofu, so we're going to be going back there. And it sounds like, based on the previews, because they showed a whole bunch of silhouettes of the different characters, but people picked these apart pretty quickly. They've already drip marketed a couple of the characters. Can't remember their names. I think Yun Li was one of them, and another one which sounds like a Nihility healer, which is a very weird combo.
Yes.
But there's one that guy is like he's a medicinal chef, which is that's a very, very traditional Chinese medicine concept. But
Okay,
what
this
does
is the
Kama do
guy
again?
where it's foreign in the middle.
Yeah, don't drop.
So stick around the edges until he's over there.
Okay.
So yeah,
So, yeah,
so what you're basically saying is tournament arc.
Yeah, it's a tournament arc. We're going into the tournament arc, and it sounds like as I mentioned in the past, the developers have said that they want to do something with March 7, sort of like a mini version of what the Trailblazer has. And
Okay.
so she's going to have alternate versions of her, and based on the silhouettes that they showed, it looks like March is going to insinuate herself as one of the swords masters competing for the Lofu.
Yes.
She comments at one point, I can't remember exactly what the context was, but she comments at one point that when she got a hold of her ice powers, originally what she wanted to do was become an ice swordswoman, but she was unable to quite figure it out. It didn't ever seem to quite work the way she wanted, but it looks like she must have figured out a way to do it. So she's going to become a swords master for the Luofu. And it's not really clear exactly how this will be unlocked, whether she'll be acquired as a separate character or a separate mode for the same character, like for the Trailblazer. But she's still going to be a 4-star, so it might be a different mode rather than a different character, because I doubt if they were going to put another character on the gacha that they would pass up the opportunity to make her a 5-star, since March has a lot of fans.
Yeah.
Although a lot of her fans are incredibly toxic.
Oh my, yes.
She's got bubblegum pink and blue, pastel blue.
Because she's icy.
Where
Weird.
is my Time Worn artifact?
No, you don't get one. Just no. No.
We're at about an hour and 20 minutes. It's at a floor stop. It's probably a good time.
I could probably use a bathroom break, to be honest.
All right. Here is the break screen, folks. I forgot to set the music up again. We'll be right back. And we're back.
Yes, indeedy.
Yeah.
We spent a lot of time talking about Star Rail. We should probably talk about something else.
Well, I'm not planning to move very far. So, so what else? As a brief break from the Hoyoverse, Blue Archive released their new raid boss this week, Kurakage, which has been proceeding to kick my butt repeatedly. I don't know why exactly I'm so bad at this one. Other people seem to be finding this extremely easy. I, on the other hand, am not. So, yeah, oh well. It's only all of its mechanics are only really triggered by sonic damage, so I pretty much have all of my Sonic characters piled into one team, but that team's not enough to kill it. So I basically have to do a couple of shrapnel teams that can just chip the health down enough that I can finish it off with my Sonic damage team. But it's a relatively complicated fight, which has some new mechanics that don't exist anywhere else in the game. Like it has an ability to sort of like block out part of your HP bar that you've got to sort of cleanse using healing, like regular damage, except that if that portion of your bar exceeds, well, it's not lethal for starters. It doesn't actually reduce your health, but it can do damage that's proportional to the amount of damage that is already been blocked out. And if it reaches greater than half, you lose control of that character, and it starts attacking your character. So yeah, it's kind of a messy fight. But yeah, I mean, I don't play Blue Archive in a sweaty manner, so just being able to get it down is good enough for me.
So what you're saying is, you blue ball Hanako too much, she makes the rest of your party wet.
Why?
Yeah.
Yeah, but why?
This is the sort of thing that this is the sort of description that Hanako would very much approve of.
All right, forwards.
She exists to make people uncomfortable, or to wind up Koharu. That's the other reason. But yeah, also the next Decagrammaton event will be starting, sounds like, on the 11th, which will mean that Himari will get a rerun and Swimsuit Amy will get her first run. Penguins and all.
Penguins. Okay.
I've
Yes,
linked this video like 3 times, Fern.
I know, but still, penguins.
She just naturally has a really exceptionally high body temperature, so she likes to wear scanty clothing at the best of times and is only really comfortable in polar climates. But
I see.
But
yeah.
she's the original Zipper Tits.
But yeah.
Oh no.
Anyway,
Boots.
so the most of my gaming time in the past week went to finishing the primary story of Sumeru. So I'm pretty sure I'm on the far side of it now. I have rescued the shuttlecock, etc. It's kind of a struggle for me to believe that this is a game developed by the same company that developed Inazuma.
I mean, there was an actual story there?
Well, I think that that's underselling it. I thought it was actually pretty good.
Yeah, I know.
So saying that it's, there's an actual story there is kind of...
that was more of a dig at Inazuma than a commentary on Sumeru, because I also like the story on.
Like I found that the story was generally compelling, and it generally really pulled me along and made me want to see what would happen next, to the point where it was often 4 o'clock in the morning when I stopped playing. I had a very good time with it. I didn't really much like how the final boss was presented, largely because it wasn't really clear what you were supposed to do at all. Like, they normally snow you under in explanatory tooltips and tutorial pages and that every time you meet something new, but in this case, like, I can understand you not wanting to lean too heavily on that type of thing because you're trying to set a mood, but also nothing in that fight really makes much sense. It's all a bit wild, and none of the mechanics involved in the fight have anything to do with your actual play, really.
Yeah, no,
Or at least that's the feeling I got from it.
you have to charge up the BunnyBot's Juice-O-Meter and then take it to the pads and press the activation button on the different pads, and you will not have a clue what those pads do until you. The only one that's relevant for reclears is you want to hit him with 2 lightning ones as soon as you can to stun him in phase 1.
You see, the thing is, he died in phase 1 so quickly that it was only when he fell over that I actually realized that those pads were a thing. Because they weren't explained or mentioned anywhere. And I only worked out that something was happening because I was just sort of running back and forth wildly trying to work out what the mechanics were. But the boss just died before I even figured out what the mechanics were.
Ah.
The second phase was a little bit more readable, but by the time I figured out what was going on there, like there are sort of major control flow issues when you're trying to use L1 plus triangle to select a character to begin with. But it was just exponentially worse when you were forced to do it in order to progress the fight. Yeah, it was just the whole boss fight thing was all very confusing to me. I did not find it work very well at all. But they made the first encounter at least extremely easy, which frankly was necessary. I would have gotten teabagged repeatedly just trying to get through the damn thing.
Yeah,
but,
he's one of them bosses that becomes very, very easy on reclears. Well, okay, big ol' asterisk on that. He's very, very easy on reclears if you can figure out how to pop the little drones to juice up your rabbit enough to interrupt his attack in phase 2. If you can't do that, then he is a slog because he's going to kill whatever active character you have, and you're not going to get to just kill him right there. You got to continue phase 2.
Yeah, I don't know if I've got any reason to farm him. But
the Shuttlecock needs his drops.
Yeah, it was an interesting enough set piece. I just don't think it was terribly well executed. Like, they tried to jam an awful lot of novel mechanics in there without doing any prior introduction to them. Like, normally the way you structure this type of thing in a game is that you introduce parallel mechanics piecemeal throughout the lead up, and then you put them together for the boss with a different coat of paint on them, so it doesn't look too much like a transfer. That's the normal way a game design executes these things.
What you do is you have Nahida give you the BunnyBot and then have it do all kinds of weird crap that you don't know.
While Paimon complains that it's infringing on her IP. But yeah, it was definitely a confusing set piece mechanically. But I
don't be in front of this thing. It's a cone. It's not a look away. Don't be in front of it. Okay, it can turn too, so we want to hump him when we pull him.
Yeah, or just blow him up, I guess.
Yeah, I forgot about those until I'd already pulled it. I'm like, oh wait, this thing will insta kill us. Level 5 death. It's not a look away, folks.
It's bad.
Okay, anyway, back to the BunnyBot and Nahida.
Yeah, so yeah, I liked the way that they pulled that all together. I felt like it was quite well written, generally. Especially, it's I'm sort of condemned to never really knowing how good the story was because the contrast is so sharp.
Mm-hmm.
But I had a good time, so frankly, I don't care at this point. I'm glad Inazuma's over. I'm gonna have to go back there to collect chests for more Primogems eventually, but I'm glad to be well shot of the place for now. But yeah, I really enjoyed the way the story was put together. I felt a good connection to the characters and their motivations. It was all quite well executed. I'm not really sure if there's anything in particular I want to say about any particular aspect of it.
Because adorable.
I guess, yeah. As far as Archons go, I don't know. Like I sent you a meme about female Archons
Mimic.
during the week,
Oh
which
yes.
seems very true to me. Like, they just seem to be really bad at their jobs for whatever
Yeah.
reason. But yeah, it is what it is. The shuttlecock is, I guess, when she was pretty hot stuff when she's fully grown, based on what little you see of it. But she appears to want to spend most of her existence looking like a kindergartner. So
Right.
yeah, I don't know. I guess she learned reverse aging too. That seems to be a thing. I don't know. It was all very confusing, but yeah, I like the story. I think it was quite enjoyable. It was so far above their previous performance that it's hard to believe it's even the same team. The story sort of, like, it was confusing in places, but generally speaking, they tied it up quite well, and I felt like I had gotten the information I needed to move on to the next chapter without too many grey areas. There are a few, but they like to leave those so they can clean them up in other contexts later. So yeah, I haven't moved on to Fontaine yet, but I did all of that stuff. I did the rather lengthy digression where you are introduced to the guy that founded the Abyss Order.
Oh,
which
that guy.
came immediately afterwards.
The next Stainsworth
So-
quest.
Yeah, I did that as well. Where you meet up with Kaya, and you find out that he's exactly as shady as he looks. But
Yeah. I particularly enjoyed the ending to that quest. Did you find a particular? I forget if this is part of the same quest or not. Did you find a guy trying to nurse a Hilichurl back to health?
yes,
Okay, that's the same quest. I liked at the end that Lumine has the appropriate reaction playing as Nicky Boy.
this look of absolute horror.
Yes.
But yeah, it was interesting. They introduced a whole bunch more questions at the end of that plot arc, about what is the nature of the twin that you play as, in our case Lumine, and what the difference is between her and her brother, why they seem to be cosmologically different in some way, and so on and so forth. So a lot of these questions have been raised for me now. And then I realised that I'd made a mistake in my order of play, and I wasn't actually supposed to have done Sumeru yet.
What would you forget?
Now, this is the weird thing. It defines the player guide thing defines for you an order of play. An order of play that doesn't really, it's not immediately obvious to you, because the actual linchpin on which the order of the story turns, as it turns out, is actually your boy. Like, what defines the order you're supposed to do things in is actually based on the point at which you do the Arataki Ito character story.
I'll be back in one moment.
And I didn't know that. So I did a whole bunch of crap out of order. After you told me all of the stuff about the order I should do things in, I did it totally wrong. So so I had to go back. I had to backtrack quite a long way.
So you just only thing you hadn't done was the Arataki Ito character story, right?
No. It was just that I wasn't even able to unlock the Arataki Ito character story.
Oh.
But that was actually supposed to be the next thing that you do after finishing Inazuma.
I don't remember his story being super significant in the grand overarching scheme.
Well, the thing is that the game actually defines for you the order you should do the story quests in.
Oh,
and I wasn't doing that. Because I didn't do Arataki Ito's story quest. So I had to backtrack, and I had to redo tons and tons and tons of stuff. I did, so I went back. Where did I start? Where where's my? I got a window open here somewhere. So I had to go back in time, and I picked up the story with Xiao's Character Quest Act 1, which is where you've got to start.
Oh, dang, it starts all the way back there. Yeah, I had that done
That
since
was
before we came
that
back.
was that was where I splintered off from the main plot. Where you aren't supposed to do Sumeru until way after that. So I went back and I did Xiao's plotline. Xiao doesn't really seem like the same person in his character story that he is in the main story. In Liyue, like he seems way more grouchy in Liyue than he does in his own character story. He seems to be a lot more neutral in his character story. In fact, he's not really that much of a character in the character story. But anyway, that's the first key thing that I hadn't done. So I did his story. It was alright. It was a product of its time. You know, the character stories done at that time were a little bit more sparse on the detail in some ways. So next in line, I did Hu Tao's storyline. I enjoyed this very much. I like Hu Tao as a character. I think she's very fun. I think the game could afford to have more of her in it.
If the game has more of her in it, then bad things have happened. Kind of the person you don't want to get more business if you're running a nation.
I don't know, I just kind of like having her around, and I wish she was a bigger presence in the story, because I think she's fun. She's entertaining, and she's got a very positive attitude that keeps things light, even when the topic is unspeakably dark.
Yeah, it's I suppose I am a little biased is the wrong word. Off-put by Hu Tao by her fan base.
I don't know anything about her fan base.
They are the most terrifying individuals on the internet.
So like every fan base, really.
No. They're worse. Oh no, this is a witch fix.
That was a bad.
But yeah, so Hu Tao, for Fern who doesn't know, I guess, is the director of the Wangshan funeral parlor. She basically runs funerary services for Liyue. That's her day job anyway. It's actually a hereditary role which serves more sort of like a priestly function in a way. That like in so far as the priestly function would be conceived of in a sort of like an Eastern animist type of thing, and that she is actually inherited, in addition to inheriting the job as the director of the funeral parlor, inherits the mediation of the barrier between the living and the dead.
Okay.
But she's got a very positive personality, and I really, really like her as a character. I think she's very fun.
Knowing a couple of morticians, they either become overly positive or gallows humor.
Let me grab that rage. I'm raging out.
All right.
But yeah,
she doesn't. It's not even that she's got gallows humor. She just has regular kind of humor. It's just that she doesn't perceive death in the way other people do. Like, she doesn't see it as a big deal. It's just like, well, this is something everybody's got coming down the line for them anyway. So we might as well just treat it like regular business.
Which it is, I suppose.
She is a fun character. You can see how the guy that wrote the longest simp thread for a Genshin character on Twitter made it for Hu Tao.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. She's just eminently likable. Like, I could totally understand somebody flipping out and waifuing her.
Why a simp thread's a thing.
This one is truly special. And just how unhinged it is.
Yeah. That sounds about right for simp threads.
Yeah, the main problem with simp threads is that they contain too much detail.
Way too much detail.
But yeah, I really enjoyed her quest. I hope we get to see more of her in the future, because I think she's a really fun character. So next on the list was End User License Agreement.
What?
Oh, her quest is boring as sin.
Yeah. It's not the most riveting thing, but I mean, if you're a person who really likes Mondstadt and wants to know more about sort of like the sort of the history and social fabric of Mondstadt, then I can sort of understand. I can sort of understand that person enjoying this. I didn't think it was too terribly bad. It just wasn't. It doesn't have the sort of the panache of some of the others. It's just it's more like the classic ones, the regular character stories, than some of the more modern ones. Right. Next one on the list is actually the one that I thought was materially the dullest, which was Kokomi's. Now I like Sangonomiya Kokomi as a character, and I was sort of hoping that her story would be a little bit better than it was, but it's not.
Nope.
It's pretty mundane.
Nope, she is just overworked female number 376 in the Genshin verse.
Yeah. Like they just didn't do anything to make that story special, really. This is another one of those exists to advance the political situation of Inazuma stories, and that's all it is. So that was a little bit sad. I mean, it was executed passably, but it was executed passably in the same way like the really old classic ones were. But the one that immediately follows that and is unlocked by that is your boy, Arataki Ito, everybody's favourite event Archon.
The first time a character story has actual budget.
Yes, they really freaking stepped up their game for this one. My goodness, it's like, is this even the same type of quest? Did I accidentally stumble onto the event Archon's Archon quest? Because they put way more effort into this than they normally do.
Yeah, we're talking full-blown ending cinematic animated cutscene. Dang it, we got no one.
Yeah, and I actually think that based on my now that I've sort of like I've pulled through Sumeru, I've realized that I did the story in the wrong order. I've backtracked and I've had to work out exactly where the breaking point is. It really seems like Arataki Ito specifically is the actual point at which things start to improve for Genshin.
Hang on, we're gonna.
Yeah, because Mimic.
So Arataki Ito has a not a particularly radical story, but quite an enjoyable and, more importantly, well presented one with with proper introductions and a proper denouement afterwards. Like it's told as a full storyline in a very cohesive way, which includes all of the appropriate things that you need from a story for it to make sense. And you get to go right from I have no idea who Arataki Ito is all the way to, oh well, he's actually an important character, and I know about his sort of his personality, his motivations, his outlook on life. Like you get really thoroughly introduced to this character in a meaningful way. So this is actually the key point that you're supposed to get to in order to progress the story after Inazuma, before Sumeru. And the reason for this is the gate. Aristeel told me that the gate for the Chasm Part 2 is Sumeru. It's not. It's Arataki Ito specifically. So
yeah.
I went and I did the Chasm after that. The Chasm is the next part of the story that is supposed to happen after you do Chasm 1, then you do Arataki Ito, and then you do Chasm 2. That's the way it's supposed to work, it seems. Presumably you could do Arataki Ito first and then Chasm 1 and then Chasm 2, but it makes more sense for there to be a temporal gap between them. So I did Chasm 2, and I felt like Chasm 2, it does drag a little bit in places because there's a lot of talking. Like a lot of talking. Probably more talking in one place than any other part of the game so far. Happens in Chasm Part 2. And I literally fell asleep during part of it. To be fair, it was 2 a.m, and I'd had a really tiring week. But I did actually fall asleep because the talking carried on so long. So I don't think I missed anything important because nothing had changed about the state of the world when I woke up as it was before.
You were all still stuck in the hole.
Yes, we were stuck in the hole. And we were stuck in the hole before that, and we continued to be stuck in the hole after that. But the high points of the writing in this sequence are actually really good. Like, it's a really narrowly focused piece of story, but is sort of like, it's a story that in some sense isn't really about characters. It's about philosophies, I guess. The sort of the outlook on life that you end up with distinctions in people's outlook on life depending on their background, and in the case of a fantasy story, depending on their nature. So you've got individuals with various backgrounds who've been involved in various things, but you also have, well, in this case, the key thing is you've got Yaksha, who basically exist for war and have difficulty adapting to situations without war. And this is sort of like the linchpin of the story, really, is that you've got these sort of the outlook on where your priorities are. Is your priority to return home to peace and safety, or is your priority to go out in a blaze of glory? Because both of these things can pass through the same point in terms of accomplishing a short-term goal. But how do you actually relatively value those, and that depends on your outlook. So yeah, it was an interesting exploration of the various people involved and their dispositions, and including Arataki Ito in it, I think was necessary. But the big problem with this story really is the fact it's very hard to have a serious conversation when Ushi is rocking out in the corner.
I love Ushi. So yeah, I got all those themes of coming home or going out in Blaze of Glory and all that. Yeah. All that was nice. Definitely remember it happening. All of it was overshadowed by Arataki Ito and Ushi rocking out in the corner, and the boys and the girls having very different ideas about how to get out of this hole, and your character joining the girls in the smug face, and then all of you being wrong when Arataki Ito can just out of the hole.
Yeah, it's like this particular sequence very, very much, I think, cemented Arataki Ito as like the settings man's man, and also the settings man child at the same time.
He is the manly man child.
But he's got Ushi.
He does have Ushi.
Why?
And Ushi seems to be by far the most level-headed person in that hole.
Who?
Like, Ushi may only be able to say moo, but it's usually the right thing that needs to be said. But yeah, I'm also a big fan of Yanfei, and I got to see more of Yanfei. I did not expect her to get such a big role in the story, so I was sort of glad to see her again. But yeah. So with that done, I'm now sort of like mostly caught up, except not, because there's actually another story gate that I've run into now that I'm trying to get back on track with the way you're supposed to do the story, which is, what's his name? Kotohara Kazuha. His character story is the next gate to doing the story in the correct order. It is not time for Fontaine yet. I am still trying to catch up to where I'm supposed to be. Sumeru was supposed to happen after Chasm 2, but whatever happens after... Well, whatever's supposed to happen next is gated by Kazuha's story, and then the patch of main story that follows Kazuha's story. I kind of need a map to find my way through this story, and MiHoYo must have realised this, because Star Rail literally has one.
Yeah, when you're asking me what unlocks what and what I should do first and all that, the only thing I'm giving you is based on my memory, because the only other option is for me to take 30 minutes to sit down and do a Wikipedia research paper for you, and I ain't doing that shit. So I'll give you the best I got from my memory.
There is a way to infer it from the game, but it's a little bit oblique, and it comes from that part of the Adventurer's Guide that nobody ever looks at.
Yeah. What was this guy again?
We all turn into ghosts and we bully him.
Okay.
What's it called? Resolution?
Very last pawn. Commence bully.
It is not, when you do it this way, it is really not a particularly interesting fight.
I don't know. I found this a nice little gimmick for one boss that you could just bully him.
You just blow him up. Lady thingies.
So yeah,
There we go. Well, that was brutal.
cannot resolution anything else until like 90s.
Hey, Time War Artifact Ray!
Artifacts. I like two artifacts this round.
Not bad. It's after 150 you get the gold sacks, isn't it? Yep.
So yeah, before moving on to Fontaine, I will probably just bull through all of the character stories up to Fontaine, basically, in order to make sure that I don't end up hitting any more weird snags where I don't know what's happened previously.
This is the kind of thing I was hoping to avoid with Star Rail.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff that happens in Sumeru is sort of like, I can see, while it's not explicit, the experience of Chasm 2 is sort of implicit in some of the stuff that you encounter in Sumeru, even if they don't actually directly refer to it. So, yeah, I don't really want to run into any of those mistakes again, so, yeah. Which is why I emphasise to Fern and Star Rail, do the orange quests, because these are story critical.
Yes.
Yeah, they do seem signposted all better.
They do, and you do have the, I forget what they actually call it, but basically it's the story flow chart.
The only main
where you should be.
The only major one in Star Rail that I still haven't gotten done is Ethereum Wars, because Ethereum Wars is a lot of freaking work to finish, because it's the Pokemon game, and so you've got a whole bunch of fussing about with unfamiliar mechanics to do, and I'd be mean to get through it, but I haven't yet. But it's also not story critical. It will be your participation therein will be referred to variously, but it doesn't seem like it's actually critical. But there are times in Star Rail where the dialogue actually changes depending on what you've done or not done in the past. So,
I like it when games do that. Just a little bit of extra immersion.
But the normal policy for the Trailblazer appears to be to basically bullshit about being the galactic baseballer at every opportunity. So anyway, so I'll probably do more character stories next. And currently, I'm wrestling with how I'm supposed to allocate my time, because Genshin has started another big new event, and I haven't even touched it yet. And the other thing that I did in Genshin this week was I pulled Clorinda. So after getting freaking Daya first and getting Dory, then I got Clorinda.
Dory wasn't even right up on the banner, was she?
I know, she wasn't, but I still got her anyway. But I was not happy that I lost my 50-50 to Daya, which I'm sure is an experience that you can relate to in some degree.
Happened to me once.
So yeah, I've got a C0 Daya as well. So Clorinda has fun mechanics that are nice and kinetic, but quite simple.
Before that, Vol, go stand by that chest when I pop the rage. And
which chest? There are two directly in front of me.
One to your left.
Okay.
Oops.
Hang
on. I just pushed the wrong button. That's
not the rage button.
That is the wrong button.
Don't worry about it.
Not even slightly the rage button. That's the opposite of the rage button. So I pulled Clorinda. Clorinda's got fun, easy to use mechanics that are highly kinetic. Oh, great.
Oh, crap. Just,
yeah, we're fine.
Bop. It just burns more time.
Yeah, bopping.
But her mechanics are fun. Her visuals are fun. Generally speaking, that's all great. The problem is she's basically unusable for me right now. And the reason for that is that her kit is horrendously unbalanced. Out of the box, she's got like 100% crit damage, so twice as much as a regular character, but like 15 or 20% actual crit rate. So most of her stat budget has gone into a stat that you can't use unless you've got the right artifacts, the right stats on artifacts to push up her crit rate to the usable zone, and I don't. So yeah, and I also don't have any one-handed sword characters, so I don't have any one-handed swords built. So it's going to be a long road for me to get this character to the point where I can use her. Her visuals are cool, and she has a high damage potential, and so on and so forth. Like she looks like she's going to be real fun to play, but at my adventure level, I can't possibly use her for anything because she needs too much work to be usable. Having like 110% crit damage, and she gets even more crit damage from her kit when she's in use. Having 110% crit damage is going to do precisely nothing for me if I'm only going to be critting like 1 in 5 hits tops. So, yeah, I'm going to have to do some work there. But that means I have to split my attention in multiple different ways right now because I've got heaps and heaps of simulated universe content to do in Star Rail. I've got some characters that I'm building in Star Rail as well, plus the whatever events are going at any given point in time. I haven't done Pure Fiction for the week. I'm still only at stage 2 out of 4, so I've got to finish that before the week's end. Or at least attempt to do so. I'm not very good at Pure Fiction. I want to at least give it the old college try before I throw in the towel, though. And in Genshin, I've got building Clorinda, which will take a lot of time and probably all my fragile resin at this rate. And I've got the main story to progress. I've got all these character stories to do to make sure that I get caught up and don't miss any more turning points in the story, and so on. So I've got a lot of game on my plate, and I don't know how I'm going to cope when Final Fantasy XIV expansion comes out.
You might have to put something on the side.
I'm eating good, but my stomach only has so much capacity, you know. But that's a reasonably good place to be in, especially considering none of the recent game announcements that I've seen have me particularly inspired. Like, there's nothing I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, the game I'm most looking forward to isn't coming out till sometime next year, so yeah.
Rage right by the exit. Highly convenient.
We'll just
Quickly checking that off. And I'm not going to bother with that.
I've already stepped on the trap in this room, so...
Had to mow the lawn. It's fine.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'll leave my week there, I guess.
Right. So, I guess we'll move on to my week. Not much Ho-Yo for me. I did do Pitch Dark Cook the Great's character story, and Herda's character story, part 1 of Pitch Dark. I don't know if Herda has part 2. Yeah, they were fine. I liked them, but I still have not got out of the dig area. I just punched a robot to become friends with it.
That is how you make friends in anime. I stood on a luring trap. It was right at the edge of the room. I don't know. This isn't fair.
Run to me, run to me, run to me.
Run to the bopper.
Oh, at least we got a bonus chest.
Yay. Influence.
Yeah. There are 2 things that went into my week this week. One of them is a continuation of just what I've been doing past time before, just to solidify to myself how much superior Sheep is to the girl failure. So I'm very glad I was not in the category that could simp for Beatrix, because I'm already for my loyalty to the Sheep.
But that cake, yo.
You mean the Society Donut?
What?
Yeah, there's something about a donut Society has that Anila wants that Beatrix has. So in their fights, she talks about stealing the Society Donut.
But Beatrix got that cake.
Who got that cake?
In her cake.
She do, because it's the only place she could possibly keep that cake. So, yeah, Beatrix has been out for several weeks now and has had time to solidify. But I have not sat down and really done a big ranked hit to try and see where my standing is in ranked play right now. And the answer is, I've actually, after putting it down and coming back, like most of these things, you give the lessons you learned last time to solidify, and you pick it back up, get back and practice again. and you come back and you get to a point relatively quickly that's better than when you were at when you stopped. Because I put it down for a week or so to let things sit, and yeah, that was all great. Problem was, I was barely making any progress at all when it came to moving my rank up. Why, you ask? The girl failure is why. So it did not matter which character I was doing it on. Charlotta had much more success because of a particular strategy I found. But the simple fact of the matter is, Beatrix is just busted. Like, it's just not even funny how busted she is. Individually, each of her problems doesn't sound too bad on its own because they fit in with other characters. Okay, like, okay, your character has high damage. Well, the Raga has high damage. The problem is, the difference is the Raga is slow. Like, really slow to get that kind of damage. Okay, well, she has a good combo limit, and her clock mechanic lets her do more off of the combo limit than other characters do. Okay, well, some characters can do quite a bit on the ground without popping them up. Charlotta can do that. Charlotta also has no range on her moves and has to get in your face before she can even think about doing that.
Because the tallest thing about Charlotta is her hat.
Yes, that's part of her hitbox, by the way. There's a title called The Crown's a Handicap.
I suppose they'd have to, because so many characters would just whiff over her head with her standing still.
Oh, there's Wraith. Oh.
Fine.
But yeah, so, okay, that's not too bad by itself. Well, corner carry. She can take you from literally 70% of the screen all the way to the corner. Unless she is all the way pushed in her corner, she can take you all the way across the screen to the opposite corner. Okay, Jita can do that, but that's also all Jita can do. Jita's damage ain't great, and her combo strings have to get really long and elaborate to allow her to get any damage off of it, and usually requires her to use every EX in the book to get it. But Beatrix has all of these, and her damage is bonkers. Let's clear out.
Heard that. What did you do?
I still have an impeding trap.
Let's clear out these two guys by the exit and then rage.
All right, there you go.
But yeah, Beatrix has all of these, and the worst part is her corner carry. By far, because like most characters, she doesn't get very much damage outside the corner, but she can take you there, and she has her normal Beatrix, what I call her normal Beatrix BS, which is she has a special move that hits low and gives her what we call low profile. And what low profile means is you are sliding along the ground. So anything that does not also hit low, mid and high hits don't hit you. So it runs out, and I'm
time for the Rage. Let's go.
So this hits low naturally, puts her in low profile. So if you do not have a move that hits low, you are going to get hit. And or a grounded projectile, because normal projectile, she just slides right under him. So Sheep and Siegfried Shockwave are pretty much it that'll hit her. And and she just will do a solid 80+% of your health bar if she has full meter. Especially if she has full meter and she happens to be under 30% because her clock is stupidly steroided.
They need to fix that.
Yeah.
Like, just bring her right back into line.
Yeah, this is emergency patch worthy, how bad she is, but...
Yeah, got a boot here.
Yeah, you're going to have to deal with the boot on her. I've got pins. Manticore ran out right before I could bop that one of these two. But yeah, good old Beatrix. has all kinds of shoes. Oh, we can't. Doesn't matter. Items. Yeah, good old Beatrix is just a colossal pain in the butt. The only strategy I could find that would work with her is to be even more gorilla than they are.
Unga bunga.
Yeah, and what this means
Become monkey.
is you have to go, like, Charlotta is a very aggressive character. You have to be, because your range is so small. If you're not applying pressure, you're losing, basically, because you cannot play the poking game with Charlotta. You're going to lose.
Napoleon Complex activate.
Yeah. But even for her, I had to play super dumb levels of aggressive in order to put to just basically try and keep Beatrix in her own corner with her back to the corner. It did not matter if I had to stop my combo midway through. It didn't matter if I had to back out and then walk back in and immediately block to bait DPs. It is more important than anything that instead of pressing an advantage, you just keep her in that corner, because you cannot afford to take any kind of major pushback from her by having her corner carry you to the opposite corner. It is just going to end poorly for you. So you've got to just keep her on the other side. And this means immediately, almost every single match. I didn't care if the opponent hard read it and had it figured out. The correct answer is EX Buzzsaw across the entire map to get the first hit and force them to block it. And then proceed to do really, really stupid and dumb block strings all the way to the enemy corner. And keep that Beatrix there. Because if you let her out, you have to drag her all the way back to the corner again, and you're probably going to lose. Because you do not have the tools on any character to deal with the kind of options she has and the damage she can put out. Like on most characters, if they have a way to make you have to play the 50-50 game, the damage is not so punishing that you will lose like 60 to 80% of your HP from it. On Beatrix, you will. So you've got to play just incredibly stupid against her.
And this means that you should learn to master the Raga.
Yeah, the problem with mastering Raga is the Raga is less dependent on you and more your opponent. And if they know, basically, can you knowledge check your opponent with Raga? Because that's all Raga is. It's just one giant knowledge check. Like, do they know how to deal with his command grab? Do they know how to deal with steppers? If yes, you're going to get bodied. If no, you're going to body them. And that's all Raga comes down to once you get him to a playable level.
Is he fixable?
Not without increasing the speed on his normals, and that would break him.
So he's always going to be bottom tier forever.
Yeah, well, right now he's not the bottom tier. Thankfully, that's Ladiva. So yeah, it was a very frustrating experience, but I didn't have another bit of happy comeback in the middle of all this. I made 4 Beatrix's rage quit against my Charlotta. They genuinely did not like being stuck in the corner and not having to move so much they pulled the plug.
Yeah.
Wait,
so what you're saying is that they can dish it out, but they can't take it.
Pretty much.
Yes.
And I see all these posts, even the community, which has been usually fairly nice. If anybody's like, "Yay, I finally got Beatrix to S rank," the first response in every thread is carried. And it's true. I mean, I don't often raise this character's OP flag as hard as I do with Beatrix. But she's just busted. I don't know how this made it out of testing. They knew she was a waifu character. They knew she was going to sell already. They had a skin ready for her as soon as she came out. That you could get through the battle pass if you finished the battle pass. There was no reason to make her this strong. But they did it anyway.
Hopefully they pull her back in the line.
Yeah, well, the problem is the next scheduled balance patch is like, I think in August. Like we just got a while before the next
Uh-oh.
get
Luring.
Turn around.
turn around. Patch. Hold the dragon. Oh no. Got a fourth in there somewhere.
To blow out everybody's eyeballs. Mostly my own. I mean, that's one of those things I think I might have to make Yoshi P cry is if I play White Mage more often, I'd need to change the effect on Holy.
The mods to change spell effects are few, but very detailed, and we'll probably replace it with something even flashier.
That's
This
usually the
is
way,
true,
yes.
actually, and a lot of them look absolutely incredible.
Yeah, there's a few Devil May Cry ones that are really good, but
Yep. Although I
Few
also
great
admit
ones as well.
I do really like Gundam Machinist.
There's one that just gives you Liz attacks.
There is actually. That's for Red Mage, I think it was.
I can't remember who it was for.
But yeah,
Cool, the Summoner.
it might have been Summoner. But yeah, her
don't
level
remember.
3 limit break is just Liz's Noble Phantasm.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of those, but yeah, the most impressive comprehensive ones that Devil May Cry set.
Yeah, they are
Yeah.
incredible.
The end.
so
They're kind of onerous to apply, so
Oh yeah, they're not easy.
yeah,
There's a lot of work to get done.
you gotta download the Sketchy Penumbra mod and run the animation replacement tool set in it, and it's a big man. I've looked into it before because of the Devil May Cry set.
Yeah, you got to make Yoshi P cry
I mean,
a lot.
Yeah, I'm already making Yoshi P cry pretty hard. I'm pretty sure he would bawl his eyes out if he saw my my Eureka loadout.
provided you're not zooming out, it's fine.
Yeah, that's the one place I don't really hold it too much against people is just Eureka.
Oh, and anybody with a staunch eye will notice my UI is not natural either. Not in the way that the UI is super customized or anything. Just I've made it so that classes that don't have an MP bar don't have the MP bar show up. So this gives me more room to cram the class gauge underneath the health bar.
Hmm.
So I have a few ones like that. I've become much more okay with letting Yoshi P cry after Eureka.
Well, the thing is that Yoshi P's okay with Yoshi P crying as well. That's the thing. People don't really seem to appreciate that. It's like he doesn't mind people using mods in a real sense, provided that it stays on the down low.
Yeah.
Like the moment that somebody disrupts the piece of the world by their mod habits, aka deciding to exploit their way through a major boss fight, up until that point he doesn't really care. The reason this policy exists is for the edge case, because the edge case would become the main case immediately if it were permitted. Like if you look at the way Race to World First works in World of Warcraft, it is which competing raid team has a better group of mod developers on their side. That's the deciding factor most of the time.
Yeah. So yeah, as long as you're not doing anything that'll disrupt other people's fun, or you're not cheating, or you're not doing anything blatant, then Yoshi P will let it slide.
But you need to not admit it, because maintaining a blanket policy gives them the most power to enforce it when enforcement is really needed.
Yeah,
so you don't want to move the borders of that too far out towards the practical realm where people just need to have the cursor default to okay.
Yeah. It's why the housing area seems to be the area that attracts the most ire. It's not because you're really ruining anyone's fun. It's just because it's pretty blatant at that point.
Nobody,
you can't hide. You can't hide them taking they're willing to sort of like not look at it. They'll just pretend not to notice. But they can't do that if you do it in full view of everybody.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
even in the housing area, they generally don't care unless you do it on the outside.
Yeah, as long as you don't do anything to draw your attention to it, like, enter a contest.
Oh, plenty of modded houses have won the housing contests up before.
Official ones?
Yep. Blatantly modded houses too, from what I remember of one of you.
Yeah, but they're houses that don't advertise the modding. Like, they aren't like fundamentally built around impossible things. There are cases where the mod has been used to make adjustments that can't be made using the coarseness of the built-in engine, rather than, oh well, I've just sort of arbitrarily decided to float everything in this house type of thing in a way that's super obvious.
Yeah.
And when it comes to floating, there is technically a way
There's
to do
ways
it.
you can do it.
It's I say technically because it is the biggest pain in the rear if you try to do it without the mod.
Oh yeah. Same with again. Yeah, same with clipping objects through each other. As you can do it, but the mod just makes it so much easier.
Yeah, it involves a whole lot of lofts and placement, deleting and replacement.
Yeah.
And stacking lofts on lofts. And there are units are measured in housing in how many lofts you need and how many lofts down it will go before it snaps back up to the floor. Stays below the ground. Like, loft is a unit of measurement in the Final Fantasy world. But
we're getting off track though.
Oh, but yeah. So yeah. That was basically the one big day I had a lot of time to do stuff. I committed it to. I'm pulling up.
Yep.
But the one big day I had to do stuff, I just wanted to sit down and play some Granblue because I like the game. I really don't like Beatrix. I don't know how she made it past testing. I don't know who thought this was a good idea. It is just a hot garbage character, and whoever designed her needs to be taken out back and given a very firm talking to about I don't care how much of a waifu she is. Don't do that again.
Yeah.
So yeah, I did make it much higher into the S rank than I had before. I'm almost S2. I'm falling back down to the bottom of S3 because of Beatrix's, but I made it almost out of S3 despite the Beatrix wave. Because no joke, like 75% of your matches are versus. A combination of
character.
Well, not that so much. It is that. Yes, there are the people that are playing her just because she's OP, but you also have the waifu players, and you also have the new character players. Like, this is just the new thing, and I want to try it out.
Yeah, so it will even out eventually, especially if she gets nerfed.
Yeah.
I don't remember this boss at all. I'd completely forgotten this one existed.
A ton of mechanics. Just don't stand in yuck. There's a lot of yuck. When ads spawn, you need to stay away from them, Vol, and let me and Fern. And
Yep.
when the singular succubus ad spawns, doesn't matter which one you do damage to. Fern get ready to heal a lot after the succubus dies.
Yep.
Hopefully, having 3 people will make this much easier because the big part about this is we'll heal at points, right? But if we have enough people here, we might be able to get the succubus low enough and do enough damage to her that it won't matter.
Ads are up.
No, these don't matter.
These are the liney ones, yeah.
They just do yuck.
They entrapped me, fortunately. They fenced me in such a way that it was impossible for me to escape.
These are the ones Vol doesn't want to.
Yeah, the zombies, that's it.
Holy crap, they're almost impossible to see.
They are. Thank goodness for nameplates. Thank goodness for canned screams, too.
Yeah, I
haven't done any damage yet because I can't get anywhere near the boss.
I keep running away from the AoEs.
But because I'm behind the boss, it means I have to run further away from you, which just makes it even harder for me to catch the next time.
Yeah, there's the singular succubus ad.
Ta-da.
Yeah, you won't kill it. Oh, you can kill it.
Yeah, it just takes more damage that you can do in solo.
Oh, I could kill it if I switch to it. I just usually don't. Because she just absorbs exactly how much HP it has left after this attack.
Liney boys.
That's the only boss with enough mechanics to stop and think.
Where is my lucid dreaming? There it is. Wasn't even on my bar. I had to fix that.
So the next floor set is where it starts to get bumpy. As in bumpy enough that I'll have to stop and think about every pull. So where might call this adventure here? I didn't expect us to get.
Yeah, I got to actually pay attention to the other screen now because we got to talk about the Jeff Keighley show.
Oh, not even done with my week yet.
You're still going on your week.
We got distracted by the boss, by other stuff.
All right.
But the other thing is something that's on everybody's mind is I'm prepping for the Elden Ring DLC.
Ah, yes.
By going through the
I
game.
should do that too.
Yeah, by going through the
By
game again.
buying heaps and heaps of canned food.
Yes, you can do that. But I will not be able to take off work for it, but I correct your sec. But I will be wanting to go through it as soon as you can, and that's going to necessitate basically that I start a new save file because of where my save files are at. I'm on New Game Plus something by quite a few in my main save file. That's that would be a problem going into the expansion because it's going to throw my experience off from everybody else's, and I really don't want that to happen because I want to be able to see the discussions, have frame of reference, or participate in some of those discussions. And the only way I can do that is if I am at the same point as everybody else going into it. They recommend you be about level 120. I really don't want to access.
Wants to be involved in the discussions being had by the Souls community.
Well, there's more than just the Souls community. TM of people that are going to be playing this DLC and talking about it.
It's definitely a TM situation.
Yes.
Yes. But there are lots of people I know, both and even in real life, there are a few people that are going to be going through the DLC, and I would like to have proper context for it, and this means going into the DLC level appropriate at the right time in a playthrough to get. And they recommend you be around level 120. Their past estimates have been about right, and I also don't want to go into it with the alt save file because if I did turn out to be over leveled for it or whatever, I would probably regret it a lot because usually the hardest and most interesting bosses are in the DLC if it holds to form with DLCs. And gimping myself on those fights would not be something I would be happy with myself. Like Orphan of Kaz, Slave Knight Gale, Dark Eater Midir, all these are huge, big, fun fights that are all the hardest in their games.
Yep.
And I really don't want to get myself on that and miss out on it. So yeah. So this means playing through the whole game again, which has been something I've been working on the last 2 weeks, but actually haven't almost made it out of Limgrave this time. So I plan to fully explore Limgrave and Liurnia, and because there's a bunch of generically useful crap in those two areas, and then I will skim Altus and Caelid to get the stuff relevant to that I might want to have, but won't spend a colossal amount of time fully mowing the lawn there or anything because most of the stuff in those two zones can be pretty neat for what you want. And like
Yeah.
it's it gets more specialized in those two zones because they're higher level zones. So the gear, if you find an area that has something good for your build, it's probably really good for it, but it's also going to be way more special at that point. So you have a chance of getting something that's totally different build. You'll just throw in the drawer in case you decide to try that build out later.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at with that. I'm excited for the DLC. Like it's a FromSoft DLC has a penchant for quality. Oops, you guys have had the break screen on while we've been talking the whole time. My bad.
Why are you so bad at your job, Step?
Well,
That's it.
I will make a note in the show notes that the portion of the show is audio only. So yeah. FromSoft DLC is generally very good. It's going to be in the news cycle the next coming weeks, I imagine, as it comes up to release. It's coming out on the 20th, and it'll probably be in the news cycle for several weeks after. I plan to be involved with the DLC and playing through it along with everybody else as best I can. Hopefully, work doesn't eat me the week it comes out. That would be nice. But I have no way to ensure that happens. So yeah, it's and when FromSoft does DLC, by the way, the reason people are so excited is it would be more appropriate to call it an expansion pack. Because that is what FromSoft's DLCs in these games have historically been. Like the Old Hunters was huge, with like 5 full bosses and like three or 3.5 zones for you to adventure through. And each of those zones was big and detailed. Like all of the Dark Souls 3, it was originally supposed to be one DLC, but it got split into 2 by the marketing department. But the zones introduced in those are all huge and come with multiple bosses each. Ashes of Ariandel only had like 4, I think, but the other one had about 5 or 6. So that's all really good. And in the original game, you have the Artorias of the Abyss DLC, which everybody will tell you is part of the game. So everybody's looking forward to the DLC because FromSoft DLCs are not like your typical DLCs that we associate the word DLC with these days. They are full old school expansion packs, and so we are looking forward to essentially adding about hopefully 30 to 40% of the game's size onto it and going through it properly. There's all kinds of crazy stuff in this one they're trying out. Some of it sounds really OP, so I'm not sure how they're going to balance it. Things like unlimited throwing weapons.
Oh yeah.
Stuff like what you call it? Perfume bottles that act as spellcasting catalysts that don't require FP for their basic attacks. Yeah, it's some crazy stuff they're trying out here.
Doing a proper throwing weapon build could be a lot of fun.
Yeah. They're putting in martial arts you can just equip to go punch people with your fists and kick them in the face.
That also sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, they're putting in proper fist weapons, and they have the light greatsword and the heavier short sword style. So you can have a big long weapon with a dexterity build if you want, without having to just go for the Odachi or the Nodachi, and the you can have the inverse for strength builds that want a weapon that's a bit faster with shorter reach. So yeah, it's
I'm looking forward to it though. I'm not sure when I'm going to find time.
Yeah, because you need to beat Moog to get to the DLC.
Yeah, I beat Moog, and so about level 120-ish.
Yeah, 100 to 130, I think, is where they said you should be. And the characters they gave all the are in the media tour for the big press event for all the YouTubers was they were all 120. So yeah, that's going to be ongoing in the background, and I will be keeping raised of how how the status of that that little X pack is going, and yeah, hopefully things all work out okay, and I'll actually be able to play it. This that chicken has you finished the gate animation, all the cliffhangers.
Yes, it does.
But yeah, so that's my week. I wanted to touch on that part because that's going to be relevant for the coming weeks.
Yeah, I'll try and join you playing through this as much as possible, but whoopsie. Yeah, time is a concern.
Yeah, I'm not doing the what the fudge double shield build that you're doing. So I will
I
probably.
mean, it started off just as something dumb and fun, and it is still dumb and fun, but now at this point, it's a challenge.
Yeah, yeah. I would never do my first playthrough of a FromSoft game with a funny build. That's for.
Oh, my first playthrough was a dual blade build.
I see. Yeah, right now
So,
I'm
like,
using.
I'm actually further than I've got in that playthrough now. So
See. Yeah, so I'm doing a fairly not a standard build, but one that still falls in the bucket of orthodox. The balanced build using curved greatswords.
Mhm.
This run through. There's a little bit of faith invested, but just enough to get the stuff like cure poison. I don't have to munch on ampules anytime there's a patented trademark Miyazaki poison swamp, of which there are many, many, many in Elden Ring.
yes, and when you're finished with those, there is the patented trademark Crimson Swamp, because
Oh no, that
variety.
one's all new. Usually there's only one type of poison swamp in the game, but Miyazaki decided to outdo himself and have the super poison swamp.
A super poison swamp, yes.
And then he just
So,
decided
yeah.
to make a lake of it.
Yeah, because screw you.
Didn't he say something about putting like his biggest poison swamp yet in this particular?
He might,
Yeah,
but Miyazaki is also a troll, and he also undersells his stuff when it comes to
I
size.
see.
So if he actually did put a poison swamp in here and say it was the biggest, he means there's an entire expansion-sized poison swamp somewhere underneath the Lands of Shadow.
Yeah.
You're
like
gonna install the
whole
DLC
bottom
and you'll leave the starting area and it will just be poison swamp right out to the horizon. The entire expansion is gonna be poison swamp.
I would not put it past him.
Yeah. And what we've seen of the DLC looks great. The people on the media tour that have done the little previews, they won't let them use their own footage, thankfully, so that they don't go spoiling people. But from what we've seen of the stock footage they gave them, everything looks great, and they all have very strong impressions of it. But they're also part of the Souls community trademark, so they'll say anything as long as it gets them to more media tour invites.
Yeah, I appreciate that they're trying to keep spoilers under wraps.
Yeah. So yeah, that's coming. I'll keep y'all appraised of it and how that journey's going and what things are going on with it as the weeks roll on. And yeah, I think that's where we'll leave my week. That's really all I did was the one day of Grand Blue. And have not played any Hoyo games at all this week, and have logged on to do like my Gold Saucer weeklies in the challenge log. And that's about it.
I'm just punching Gilgamesh in the face.
So I have fallen asleep with the game open a few times this week. So I might have had it open a lot this week, but I was most definitely not playing for most of it. for Final Fantasy, that is. Oh, and I did finish the main story of Final Fantasy, but the last patch, it's super short. And it's really just the obligatory prelude to Dawn Trail. You could easily do it when the expansion drops, and it that might actually be better.
If you can get to the server, which you won't be able to.
Yeah.
Well, also yes, we've had queues on Leviathan basically the entire life.
Oh, that's just the way the queue system works now. It won't let anybody through the login server until it does a tick check. If anybody is in trying to log in on the same server check as you, it'll put you in.
Yeah.
And that's so it literally one other person has to be click the login button within like a 20-second window. Also click. You're both put into the queue until that window is up and the login server does the check and lets you.
Yeah. The queues today are actually a bit longer, so yeah, we got people doing pre-expansion prep at the moment too.
Yeah, I finished my main project, which was get Necromancer. I wanted that off the to-do list, and I've almost finished one of my tertiary objectives, which was get all the gold saucer crap that I possibly could out of the way, so that I don't have to think about it and won't lose my marbles if I forget to do my fashion report. I'll be distracted by
Yes.
other crap when the new expansion comes out. So abusing that, basically having Make It Rain happen on a week I was super busy turned out to be super fortunate because you don't have to pay attention during Make It Rain to make a whole lot of MGP.
Yep.
So,
All right.
yeah.
Shall we get into this thing?
Yeah, I'll.
If we must.
We must, for it is the news.
Yeah.
Oh boy. I'm just going to do the preliminary fashion report while I'm here. So yeah, the Jeff Keighley show, the Summer Games Fest. That was it. Nah.
Yeah. Not a whole lot in this thing that looks super interesting.
Yeah.
Like,
Part of that I think was a good thing in one way, and not a good thing in the other, is that there wasn't a whole lot from the big studios here.
well,
Why would they be paying? They've got other venues. There's no real need for them to pay Keighley $250,000 per minute.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Honestly, I'm not sure how true that is, but
Lots of
that is
people are
the
saying
case-
it. There's not really any way to confirm it.
Yeah, short of putting a trailer in yourself and getting it firsthand. So, yeah, it was largely indies, and I do appreciate that because that's where the interesting stuff is happening at the moment. I don't see, honestly, myself giving much more money to the big studios anymore, because basically they're just churning out the same crap every year.
I don't think the indies are any different. I think the indies are churning out the same crap every day of the year as well.
Yeah, but in a different way.
They've got a really bad case of bandwagoning right now, and nobody's produced
Yes.
anything other than mediocre pixel art Metroidvanias and roguelikes for the last 5 years.
Yeah, that's the big downside. Is indies like AAA will get the bandwagoning as well, but indies are
And
really
they're
bad.
all making whatchamacallits,
Live service
hero shoot, yeah, live service
Yeah.
5v5 hero shooters.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Alright.
in looking at the list of announcements, if I was not so just totally jaded with the video game industry on the whole, there are some things here I could spin some hype into myself for if I had any faith in any developer, indie or AAA.
Yeah.
And like I could convince myself this has potential, but I just don't believe that's true anymore.
I will not make that sort of judgment on a product until I have it in hand at this point.
Yeah, like just like what companies exist right now that are still in the good graces of gamers for putting out good, finished, consistent quality products? Like FromSoft.
FromSoft,
That's it.
Capcom, maybe,
Yeah,
depending on which branch of Capcom you look at.
Well, I mean, the thing is that the worst branch of Capcom is pretty much the Street Fighter branch, and Street Fighter people will eat anything.
Yes.
Yeah, and at least they are putting out finished products now that they've booted Combo Fiend into the stratosphere.
And
Yes.
Street Fighter 5 was sort of the opposite of that.
Yeah,
Street Fighter 5 was just
Street Fighter 5, I think, was the straw that broke the camel's back and what got the shakeup at Capcom happening.
Yeah.
That or Marvel
Unfortunately,
vs.
that
Capcom
means-
Infinite.
Yeah. Means that Street Fighter 6 though hasn't gotten the same staying power or hype that 5 is.
We'll get to
It was
that.
Capcom, though.
Six is on the list, but we'll get to
6
it when
is
we
on
get
the
to it.
list. All right.
'Cause
So
I
we're
got-
just going to rip through these really quick until we hit one that we actually want to talk about.
All right. First
All
up, remember the last time Aloy crossed over into a video game in our memory, and how wonderfully effective and impactful she was? Oh wait, no, she's the
No.
worst 5-star in the game.
So yeah,
Pretty
Lego
sure I
Horizon
posted a
Adventures.
meme about that.
The note I have here is Lego Alloy is less plastic than the original. So yeah, this Alloy at least has a personality. It means she's loud and runs around telling dumb jokes and eating hot dogs. That seems to be her personality here.
As in not Aloy at all.
Basically, she's not Aloy and therefore superior.
And being that every Lego person looks the same, she also doesn't have that weird fat face.
No, she has a weird yellow brick face. But I mean, Lego games, they've hit on their formula a while ago. You know what to expect. They figured out what works and they're just going to go with it. I admit it feels like they kind of took a step back when they started having their characters speak, because now we want them to shut up and just go back to the slapstick. But that's fine. I don't mind Lego games, but they're all basically the same. We have a leap of faith. Hang on, let me disband the party and get over there. Let's see. No More Room in Hell is some sort of... It's got zombies in it. I zoned out immediately.
Yeah, zombie shooters have they reached saturation point half a decade ago. Or more.
10 years ago.
Yeah, like...
Killing Floor kind of happened, and that's all you really need to know. Or Left 4 Dead 2. Whichever your poison on that front is.
Yeah,
after that, yeah.
If you're just there for the zombies, there are plenty of products that are...
Why are you there for the zombies? Nobody is there for zombies.
Yeah, if you are the guy that is keeping this thing alive by buying every zombie product that gets released, there are plenty of zombie products for you to purchase already, and you've probably bought them all. So why do you need another one?
Also, please see a psychiatrist, because you clearly need help. There are so many people here, I can't see what I'm doing.
Zoom the camera in on this one.
Yeah, that's what I've done, and I still can't see what I'm doing. Alright, so I'll just stop here for a moment. Harry Potter Quidditch Champions, a game that should have been made 20 years ago, honestly.
Yeah, it seems like kind of an odd time with Harry Potter at a super lull in popularity.
Well, it's not at a super lull, because Hogwarts Legacy did really, really well.
Yeah, but it did really well.
It's more that the talking heads want it to be at a super lull in popularity than that it actually is.
Yes,
it's basically at the maintenance level of popularity that it's been at a long time, barring the exception of the people who are mad that Rowling has slightly wrong politics for their taste.
Yes, but there are always a solid market of diehard potheads. I know what I said. And they will buy anything with Harry Potter on it. But honestly, this is a game that should have been released on the PS1. Back when it was at the height of its popularity.
I'm pretty sure there was a Quidditch game that was released around that.
There was the really cheaply made Harry Potter adventure games that had a full Quidditch mode in it.
I think
one of them actually had a Quidditch league.
Yeah.
So
I don't understand why you would try and do this with Quidditch though, because Quidditch is mostly typified by the fact that it doesn't make any sense at all.
It's not quite to Calvin Ball levels, but because there are actual rules, but a lot of those rules don't make sense unless you can actually do magic.
Like who in their right mind would devise a game which has a golden snitch rule?
Yes. So basically everything that everyone else has done on the field is completely meaningless except for these two people, so why are we even here? So anyway, so that exists. Cuffbuster game, it's a breakout game where everyone plays as vibrantly coloured koalas and you're trying to break out of jail. I admit, this one looks like dumb afternoon fun. Just one dumb afternoon.
You're also an Australian.
I mean, yes. But yeah, it's the sort of game that you play, get a bunch of your friends together, you play it once, twice maybe, and then you put it down.
I don't want to play as a horrifying chlamydia-ridden retard.
There are so many places I could take really awful jokes from that, and I'm not going to. There's the last bronze. Where's this last silver? I can't find it. Maybe it's because I can't get my fat ass around everybody else's fat ass. Ah!
Oh, that's how you get up there. I can't.
Yeah. That is, this game is, I cannot see.
Oh no. I fell.
All right. Star Wars Outlaws. I just said no on my notes and left it at that because no.
Star Wars is dead.
Star Wars is dead.
There is no Star
This game's
Wars.
being made by Ubisoft. Ubisoft will never see another cent of my money.
Ubisoft
frankly,
is
at
also
this point.
dead.
They're also French.
Wrong.
But I don't care how good you make this game look. I won't buy it. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, it looks like Star Wars, and
Kind of, sort of,
kind
not really.
of, sort of.
The best
But-
thing, honestly, any Star Wars fan can do at this point is just
stop.
just do not support any of the modern Star Wars crap that gets put out. Just go out of your way to make sure you don't give money to butchering of it, frank.
As bad as Star Wars is, though, at least it's not Doctor Who. Ugh. I'm just waiting for a Star Wars character to actually turn to the camera and start lecturing, because that happens now.
Oh yeah, they,
Oh, that's like fairly common now.
Yeah,
Like in the Star Wars projects that they've released. Like, I mean, have you seen this latest one, this Acolyte one?
I've heard about it. I have just zoned out of it completely. I used to be the biggest Star Wars nut. I loved Star Wars, and now I'm numb to it because it's bad.
I was sort of like casually a fan of Star Wars. Like I would classify myself as liking Star Wars, and I would take a second look at anything that was Star Wars branded. But
Mhm.
it was, but I was not a fan of the level that it actually hurt to cut it loose. So I was able to just like, I watched The Force Awakens, and I was just like, I came out of it with sort of a sneer, like, well, I can see this is dead. And then
Yeah.
it didn't hurt me to not really pay any further attention to it. But that sort of left me with the ability to, while still having been a fan, able to step back to that distance required to see just how miserable everything that's come out about it is, because I'm not looking to redeem any part of it. I don't care enough about it to want to redeem it. I just
Yep.
liked the parts that I liked, and what has become of it is quite disturbing. Like
Yeah.
not so much because of how Star Wars has fallen, but what it says about entertainment culture, that it's not falling faster.
Yeah, though Acolyte seems to be kind of the breaking point on that.
Yeah, that Acolyte, I think that's going to make the message clear to everybody who hasn't twigged yet about where that franchise is now.
Im's dead.
If people even hear about it, like what is going to preserve Star Wars at this point is the fact that Acolyte is going to be so unpopular that most people won't realize Star Wars has gotten that bad.
Yeah. All right, moving on, because there is a lot to go through. Next game, I didn't actually write the name down for this one. It's one of those artsy side-scrolling platformers by the Grease people. About a
Never.
girl and her magical wolf.
Never.
Never. So hopefully it's not as... It's
This
not
looks
about
the same
sad.
as it's the same as every other one of these games, though. Like, this is totally indistinguishable from half a dozen other titles.
I'm pretty sure there was another one about a girl and her wolf a couple of years ago.
No, we've seen this one. This is not a new announcement. This is just another trailer.
It might be the same one. I don't know.
Because this has been in development for a long time and has gotten nowhere, probably because the development team are incompetent.
Okay, that'd
their
be the
project
same game.
management is
Then.
incompetent.
So,
That's
yeah,
always the
it's-
problem with these sort of like these borderline indie studios, is that their project management is often trash.
Mm.
And so
They're
even if
better off
nothing
going
has
back to being
changed in the last year, they'll still not have made much progress. They'll not be any close to release because they're bickering over art direction things.
Yeah. But every year, every announcement series, we see at least one of these, maybe two. They kind of got the pastel colors and fancy lighting. They
Do
look
people
really
buy
pretty,
these? Like,
but
do they make money?
someone must.
Must they though? I don't think that that's necessary. Remember that there was that game that was all about what can I say? It's about black people, and it came out recently. It was about, like,
Uh,
tribal themed or whatever. And that
oh,
guy
that one.
came out wearing that freaking flag or whatever. Like, that game, it came out. It had like an all-time high of like 20 odd players or some bullshit number like
Yeah,
that.
it did not sell at all.
It did not sell, but it doesn't matter. That's not going to stop the next one of those getting made. It won't make a blind bit of difference because they're not being made for commercial reasons.
Mm.
They're
It's a
being
shame
made
though,
because
because
somebody
like,
is a fan of that aesthetic, of that sort of like racialized aesthetic. And other aesthetics operate in the same way. Like, even if this game flops horribly, that's not going to say anything about the game or other games like it. Everybody will still think trying to make another one of these things will be a great idea. And the cycle will repeat ad nauseum.
yeah, like, it's a shame though, because like dipping into another culture's folklore and pulling inspiration from that is something to be applauded. But there
Well,
was
that
so much of a
depends.
message around this.
There's like this is one of those things where you've got a golden mean that has to be tread very carefully, like with so many things. Like, you can, on one hand, you can take the messaging which is popular at the moment, which is like, oh, there are these cultures are super culturally exclusive and they are superior in all of these ways to other cultures, and you should feel awed and humbled to merely be able to witness this material being presented to you. And then there's the other end where you take a sloppy, half-assed, tokenist approach, like with
Yeah, yeah.
the new Assassin's Creed, which is
Yes.
about as Japanese as the teriyaki bowl that you get at the petrol station. Like, it's
I mean, the bacteria in that is certainly exotic. I'll give it that.
exotic, yes, but that's about the nicest way you could put it. And
Yes.
hopefully you are going to somewhere with a bathroom that is unoccupied. But I don't think that leaning on cultural trappings will ever be a good idea in any video game. Like, there's not saying you can't use them. Like, lots of different art styles are used in lots of different games. Like, the MiHoYo games use this opportunity to tour a whole bunch of different architectural styles. If you look at your travels from Mondstadt to Liyue to Inazuma to Sumeru to Fontaine, you can see all sorts of different cultural inspirations on show, but they aren't trying to make any kind of commentary. They're just taking aesthetic inspiration. And I think that that's about as far as you can safely go. I don't think trying to transpose real world cultural material into fantasy video games is a good idea. I don't think, and I don't mean that in the sense that there's something ominous or foreboding about it. I just think it's a crappy idea. There's an idea that's a dead end. Because the gravity of cultural things comes from that culture. If you're not part of that culture, it has no gravity, and you're sort of forced to either view it as preachy or condescending and tokenistic. Like, it only means something to you, in some sense. So I think that it's all right to take aesthetic inspiration, but I don't think it's meaningful to take sort of direct cultural inspiration. Like, I'm not interested in seeing, like, I had a early schooling where I constantly had Maori myths and legends rammed down my throat at every possible opportunity, because the sort of the sort of cultural war was ramping up when I was young. It was beginning to really build a head of steam, and none of that had any meaning to me. What it was an aesthetic, but now that they're expecting it, they've moved from an aesthetic to expecting it to be meaningful to people, and like actually introducing paganism into the education system. Like, you're supposed to take that stuff seriously now at the tertiary education level in New Zealand. It's just like this is completely hollow of all meaning because there's nobody who acknowledges any of that stuff anymore. Like, there are no Maori who believe Maori myths and legends. Don't give me that crap. Nobody believes that stuff. That's cultural history. The most you can do with it is an aesthetic. If you bring it forward and force people to engage with it in a manner that is supposed to treat it as deeply meaningful as opposed to artistic and aesthetic, then all you're going to do is alienate them because it doesn't have meaning to them. You forcing that meaning onto them is you telling them how they have to enjoy the product.
Let's not get too bogged down. We weren't even talking about a game on the show there. Where were we? Right. Civ 7, finally. Incidentally, this
is
is
it
a recurring
something
thing.
that we need?
I mean, Civ 6 came out how many years ago now?
Is that a good enough reason for another Civ game? Just that time has passed?
Not in and of itself. The problem is with the a lot of the games in this show is they showed flashy trailers and no gameplay.
So when it specifically comes to Civ and Civ 6, one of the things I hear from people about getting into Civ is they see that list of DLC for Civ 6 and they're like, yeah, no.
Yeah, it's
So,
shocking.
at least with Civ 7 for a few months before they get bit by the DLC bug again, they may have the ability to recruit people into the game again.
Yeah,
I'm an absolute heathen. I liked Civ 4 the most.
A lot of people like that. So
did they? I thought everybody hated that one because it was on squares or something.
No.
Was it squares or hexes? They changed something pretty fundamental and people got real mad.
Yeah, Civ 4. I think it was the first one that went on to hexes, wasn't it?
It had the Leonard Nimoy voiceover.
It also had the Leonard Nimoy voiceover and Baba Yetu.
It did.
So yeah, we don't, because they didn't show any gameplay, we don't know what, or if anything, they're doing to change up the formula, if they're doing a new spin on it like they did for 6, if they're returning the form. We don't know.
Yeah,
we don't know anything about it.
But what would add value rather than just being novel because it's new? Like that's the sort of the question you ask, and then once you ask that, you know that you're old, right?
Yeah.
But what do you need to do to Civilization to make it better?
Honestly,
other than not nickeling and diming the shit out of people, would be a good start.
I'd go back to Call of Power, where the tech tree doesn't stop at the space race. But that's just
they should just have Civilization should just segue directly into Alpha Centauri.
Hell yeah, I'd play that.
I'm not a 4X gamer at all. Every game of Civ I've started has made it maybe halfway through at best, and then it gets froze.
Yeah, it's
they should force
be really invested in.
Force the player to play the first 10 hours of Spore first.
The first 10 hours, no, the first 2 hours of Spore are fantastic, and then it's all downhill from there. My childhood. Why you disappoint my childhood? Next game.
Face reality. You weren't a child. You weren't a child. You were 22 years old or whatever.
Not for Spore. I wasn't that old.
Oh, come on. Let's see. What year did Spore come out? I don't know.
I think I want to know the answer to this.
2008.
It's about 2008. How old were you in 2008? I was 21, and you're older than me.
Crap, I was 22. Damn it.
Ha!
Feels like it was longer.
No, it wasn't.
I just feel old.
This is going to happen more and more. Get used to it.
All right, where were we? Black Myth Wukong, they've been hyping this game for like 2 years now.
Another one on the, we'll see how it plays after it comes out. I'm not touching this.
Who's going to play it? It's releasing on Elden Ring Street.
It is. It's coming out in August, so Elden Ring would have faded off a little bit by then.
Is a month enough to get out of DLC hype mode for Elden Ring takes a while to get through, and this DLC is going to take a while to get through too.
Well, it's more. It's not that. That's not what I'm thinking. That's not what I'm thinking about. I'm not talking about hype. I'm talking about people will have their muscle memory absolutely cemented in Elden Ring at the time they moved to Black Myth Wukong. And there's always subtle differences in the way you deploy these things. Imagine a scenario where everybody was at maximum neck deep in playing Sekiro and then was forced to transition immediately to Elden Ring. How weird and sloppy it would feel.
Yeah. It's a
That means that Black Myth
Soulsies.
Black Myth Wukong is going to be competing against people's direct perception of how Elden Ring felt to handle after they are very used to it. That's what the issue's going to be.
Back in a sec.
I don't know if this is really accurate. That's my gut feeling on the way things are likely to play out based on what I have witnessed about the way Souls players act, is that they are incredibly finicky about the way the game feels to play and their particular preferred version of that particular genre. And when they leap into a new one, the very first thing they start to moan about is how X feels inferior to the one they like. And Black Myth Wukong is going to be releasing just as everybody has reattuned their behavior to Elden Ring.
So, the Souls TM community, they a good way to put this when it comes to game. So, if you were to go like I did and play Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2 to Dark Souls 3, and then I had to wait a bit at that point because Sekiro was coming out. And then go to Sekiro and then go to Elden Ring, and you play them relatively close to each other. You'll notice a natural progression of controls and how they each build off the other one. And the only people that are complaining are the Dark Souls TM community that are purists for. These people seem to only want Ornstein and Smoke copy pasted 30 times with the Anne Orlando Archer hallway or rooftop in between each one.
But you see, the thing is that Black Myth Wukong isn't part of that lineage. There's going to be no progression.
Yeah, so
they'll be finally attuned to Elden Ring and then forced to adapt to whatever version of that implementation the developers of that game preferred.
But more what I'm getting at here is I don't think it is in the developers' interest to worry about that, other than their release date.
I'm not saying it's that they should be worrying about how players feel about the mechanics. I'm saying that they're releasing at a time where the player base will be at maximum attunement to one particular way of playing.
Yeah, I don't.
They're going to be competing against something that is sort of ephemeral in that sense. The previous experience of another game rather than the contemporary experience of another game. So they're going to be presented with a situation where they're forcing kind of an either-or choice, because switching back and forth between two very similar but subtly different games generally produces frustration.
Hey, yeah, we'll have to see with it. This is one anyway, because when it comes to this type of game, I would advise everybody wait, because it's an action game, and we all know how this can go.
Yeah, I have very little Souls experience. I transitioned from Bloodborne to Elden Ring, and it was like relaxation going to Elden Ring.
Yeah, with every action game that comes out these days, there is a very high chance that they just mess up something. Advertising, they can have the nicest feature list, the best description for their game and game feel. None of that matters until somebody puts it in and can tell you if there's any issues with it. And so I've been cautiously, when it comes to this game and other action games that are potentially coming out, telling people just don't pre-order. Really. Don't pre-order it.
Well, I think don't pre-order is a pretty good line in the sand you should generally draw, unless it's like already a given that you're going to enjoy it, or that at least there's a given you're going to be sinking a few dozen hours into it. Like, I can understand quite easily pre-ordering the next expansion for Final Fantasy 14 because people who play that game are invested. But pre-ordering a totally unknown quantity, I can't even think why anybody would bother.
Yeah,
but on that note, they also showed that they got like half a dozen different collector's editions for Black Myth. Because
that's everybody these days. There's nobody not doing that because the publishers basically demand it.
Yeah. It sucks, but this is the reality we live in. All right, next
Just
game.
don't indulge them.
Yeah,
This
next
game,
game. VR
I think-
VR game Asgard's Wrath. I learned all I need to know when they led their trailer with their review scores.
I don't think anybody cares about trailers of VR games because VR games are about first-person experience. Nobody wants to see a trailer.
Yeah,
This one on my list.
It's not on our list.
one of those ones that flashed by really quick because there's next game, Once Human. This is the
It's
open
suffering
world
from the
survival-
very terrible fate of having a name that is way too close to Too Human.
Yeah, another one. So yeah, this is the open world survival game where you're basically some sort of weird flesh crafter. You make a spider bus. I mean, I'll probably, maybe I'll play this one. Maybe it looks incredibly weird.
I think that you don't want to be standing on the territory where you have a name that is like too close to whatchamacallit, Silicon Knights 2 Human, which is awful, or whatchamacallit, David Cage's Become Human. Like, I don't think you want to be in proximity to either of these things. I think that that's just a bad idea.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what the gameplay is if everybody thinks about one of those two games when they see the name of your game.
Just
Taint by proximity.
if you have a 2-word title and human is the second one at this point, you might want to rethink it.
Just change the name. Change the name. Yeah, just call it Spider Bus. There you go. Done. Right, we have the Game Pass trailer, which, we'll skip that. Space Marine 2. I'm on two minds about this one.
I just don't want to support anything Games Workshop right now.
Yeah,
I'm
likewise.
still too hurt about their gaslighting bullshit regarding the custodies. Like, it'd be one thing if they just wanted to add female custodies, but they told us that they were always there, and we know that that's not true.
There's so many ways they could have done it, but they went for gaslighting.
They only did the worst one that they could pick.
They picked the absolute worst one they could have picked.
Like, I love 40k as a setting, and I love the games they're in. The issue is that I just don't think that they deserve my support right now, and I have other things to do.
Yeah, and I'm on much the mindset. Like, Space Marine 2 looks really, really good.
You know, they're raising their mini prices again.
Of course they are.
Like,
That's
nobody
just
can
the
afford it
Games
already.
Workshop Go to response for anything. Like,
The-
are we
the-
failing? Mini.
When I was growing up, it was a game that all the high schoolers played. What high schooler can afford Games Workshop games now?
Yeah, forget it. Although,
Where
if
people
you
would
are
get a
in that
paper
position,
route.
Yeah,
People would get their
just-
paper route so that they could buy models for their 40k army. You
Worst
can't buy
case-
anything on a paper route now, and definitely not Games Workshop's minis.
no. If you're going on that route, you save up for 6 months to buy the rulebook and use paper tokens.
Or you buy the models from the grey market that are on the 3D printing sites
Mm-hmm.
that have very legally distinct names, but are legally very similar because there's only so much that you can trademark about the way an orc looks.
Yes. All right. So yeah, Space Marine looks good. Cannot in good conscience buy it.
I just don't want to be involved with them.
Next game, Metaphor ReFantazio popped up. It's still not vaporware.
I thought this game was dead.
Has it really
They-
been that long since they last showed it off?
And they might have
showed
shown-
up at the Game Awards.
Yeah, they might have shown it at the Game Awards, but I still had already put this thing filed away in the cabinet in my brain that says this game is vaporware.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's going to come out in October, apparently.
Yep. So they showed off what the combat's actually going to be, and I was not expecting a dress sphere system.
I liked the dress sphere system.
I did. I liked so much about Final Fantasy X2. It was so dumb.
I
lot of ways.
genuinely liked it. I thought that it was good in a lot of ways. It had a lot of things about it that were slightly off the beaten path of Final Fantasy and made it feel a lot fresher and did things that they never would have dreamed of in conventional Final Fantasies.
Yeah, it's got that serious story thread through it, but it didn't take itself all too seriously the whole time.
I think that I think that it might depend a lot on your cultural context for playing it. Like, if you were old enough that Charlie's Angels was literally a popular thing, that you remember that era, like that sort of like very very camp sort of thing that was still like taken seriously as a piece of entertainment.
That movie was very, very camp.
I'm not talking about
Yeah.
the movie. I'm
I
talking
know,
about the
I know,
original.
but it kind of got a bit of a resurgence with the Lucy Liu movie because that thing
The
was just
movie
fun as well.
did make me cringe a great deal.
It was cringe and terrible, and I enjoy it because of that.
I think that movie was designed though. I was I think 13 or 14 when it came out, something like that.
Yeah, it would have been around that.
I think that movie was written in such a way so as to make people who were fans of the original feel they're aged.
Yes. And honestly, I kind of got that same vibe from X2. Anywho, again, off track. So yeah, Free Fantasio, it's Persona
Same-
with the dress gear.
Yeah, it's the exact same team that made Persona's 3, 4, and was there for the first half of 5. Like
That's not a good thing, I don't think, in some ways.
In some ways.
Yeah,
Because
they got their,
those
writing sorted
idiots have no experience producing an actual fantasy game. The Persona series leans on so many lazy tropes because it can, and
Yeah.
they won't have any of access to any of those.
they've got these are the same people that also did the Devil Survivor series and Catherine. So
Catherine was an art house piece, and Devil Survivor is basically the same as Persona in feel. It's a little bit darker, but that's about the only major difference.
It's kind
Like,
of the middle ground between Persona and SMT.
If the apocalypse happened in the first 10 hours of the Persona game, it would be Devil Survivor. It would go through being identical to Devil Survivor, and I don't really see them gaining any particular insight from that. Like, a game in a sort of like de novo setting where they don't have any of those tools to lean upon, they don't have the stable of pre-developed combat units or anything that they always have in Persona. Like, they have to come at this with a certain amount of freshness. Like, this is, as far as I'm concerned, should be treated like a debut act in as much as any other title of its kind, rather than, oh well, this is the next entry from the Persona team, because the Persona team are not doing the same thing anymore.
well, yeah.
In this case,
what I'm getting at with that is, I think this game, I thought it was dead, but I was willing to give it a shot back then, back when it was first announced. Eons and eons ago, just to see if they could right the ship after the Persona 5 hype had died down. But yeah, they've just kind of been stuck. I'm not sure what has happened to this game. It's got a big old asterisk on it. Aside from the way Persona 5 has gone in its time in the spotlight, and how it just keeps getting more and more milked and more and harder to sit through its media as it comes through. It's got good way to put this. This game has been in development for eons, which means something went wrong again. This is the same problem. This is the same thing that happened with Persona 5, and the reason parts of its story are such a huge disaster.
Yeah, I don't think they know what they're doing. Like, Persona 5's problem feels, and I'm not saying this is actually the case, it feels like it's a bunch of millennials trying to write a story about a bunch of Zoomers using really degraded themes and philosophies they halfway remember from their literature classes. And that's when they've got all of the extant tropes to help them out with the framing devices. In a fantasy story, I just have no faith that the Persona 5 team are capable of writing anything remotely compelling.
We'll see. I'll try this one day one because it's coming up on Game Pass. So we'll see.
Yeah, I'll wait for.
I'm gonna wait for some opinions. I don't trust this team to develop anything. Like, the slope from Persona 4 down to Persona 5 in terms of quality of storytelling is so brutal that if they slide any further down, we're going to be like at sub-Neptunia levels of storytelling.
Yeah, we've The biggest problem for
Mm.
me is that we have got a game that is having the exact same problems Persona 5 had, where it just got stuck in dev hell. And this is if it's like last time, this means the thing that's going to get beat on the most to get it out the door is going to be this.
Yeah, so we'll see on that one. Here's a game that we know is going to be bad. Batman Arkham Shadow. It's a VR Batman, because that worked so well last time.
I don't care.
So yeah, we'll skip that. Street Fighter 6 gets a King of Fighters crossover.
Oh, crossover is a loose term when it comes to Final Fight and Street
Admittedly,
Fighter.
Yeah.
They have such an
Yeah.
intertwined history. They are set in the same universe that it's less of a crossover and more just, hey, Terry and Maya are in the game, because it's always
It's basically
Terry.
a reunion at this point.
Because
Yeah,
it's always Terry and Maya. You
it's
can't.
always
Well, I
Terry and
mean,
Mai.
putting Mai in a game is just a way to sell a fresh new wave of Mai figures. Like, it's reliable. It happens every time.
Hey kids, do you like boobs?
Now, will they actually make her do her Kunoichi battle pose where she sits there and just?
She is what comes to mind whenever I hear the word pendulous.
Yes, because that's her fighting style.
And-
And also Elena and also M. Bison are coming as part of it.
Yeah, but who cares about that? We have "Are You Okay?" Bust the Wolf, and we have Maya's jiggliness. That's what we
Jiggliness.
actually care about.
All right, next game. Admittedly, looks kind of bad. Tears of Metal. To use their words, Scottish roguelike hack and slash.
The
I don't like
gameplay
the
looked
art
awful.
style.
It looked awful.
If someone has came to me and pitched a Musu game set in Scotland, I would be all for that, because that's kind of what it initially reminded me of until I looked a bit deeper.
But this is the ugliest piece of crap I've ever seen.
This game looks just
Yeah,
Bah,
this
terrible.
looks worse than what was that what's that game where you fight those weird stick men of two different colors against each other?
Oh,
Like it's that
Tabs.
level. Yeah, this is like worse than
Oh,
Tabs.
yeah.
Totally
'cause
accurate
they got
battle
this
simulator.
weird, grungy, dirty pseudo comic book style going on, and it just looks.
Yeah, I feel like they're trying to sort of pillage from a couple of different aesthetic sources at once, and it's just not really working.
Yeah. Now I want a Scottish Musu game. Damn it.
I just
At
don't
least
I
the-
don't like the art design. Period. End. And it's
I
not
do
really
not like the art design.
it's not really a matter of their sort of aesthetic choices so much as I think it's just all ugly.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing appealing in here. There's nothing eye catching. There's just things that are revolting.
So yeah, maybe it's just because it's Scottish. I don't know, but
Oh, I'm running the rig this time, so we can actually.
yeah, you can do things.
I can. Hold while I kill that overlay so it's not video, and I can demonstrate. Okay,
Yeah.
Screen's going to have a bit of a flash for a moment.
All right, you found it.
Yep. So I'll skip around the video because we're not going to watch this thing through its whole motion here. But you will see.
Because YouTube don't like that.
Yeah. This just looks awful.
It just looks so bad.
And the sound is muted, of course, because I don't want to get copyright struck. But
Like, if it had a different art style, I'd probably be a lot more interested.
yep, everything from the character portraits to the animations of the models on screen. Look at this. I can maybe draw better than this if I get lucky, and I am the furthest thing from an artiste.
I am an artist. Does that count?
I think we all are at this point.
I think we are, yes. So yeah, next up is a game that actually does look pretty. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero.
I'm impressed at how perennial Dragon Ball is.
Oh, isn't it just? Like, there's so many people who just love Dragon Ball all over the world.
And we don't
so-
even live in Mexico.
Yeah, Mexican people love Dragon Ball. It's crazy.
Dragon
how-
Ball is basically a
Yeah.
religion there.
Oh, in South
It's
America,
yeah.
they had like month-long vigils for Akira Toriyama.
Yeah, they did. Like, as popular as Dragon Ball is in the here, South America, it's super popular. So yeah, it's Dragon Ball Budokai, and that's what people want. giving the people what they want. Oh, there's a first.
I still remember Budokai 3 and playing the crap out of that game.
Good times.
I
I got really good at playing as Hercule, as Mr. Satan.
I would play like every character on the roster and just go into
I would
versus
as
mode in
well,
that
but
game.
I specialized in Mr. Satan.
I don't
There's
think
just something seriously disrespectful about beating someone with Mr. Satan.
if you could give me Budokai 3 again, but take out the stupid Dragon Rush mechanic completely. I think there actually is a mod that does that on an emulator.
I don't know what they were thinking with Dragon Rush. It was like, oh yeah, let's decide the match by rock paper scissors. This is a good idea.
Yeah, like just
Yeah.
or just have a gentleman's agreement never ever to use the little burst mode or whatever that puts you into overcharge or something, so that you never trigger Dragon Rushes.
Just be a good sport. Don't Dragon Rush.
Well, no, the thing is, you have to neglect another core mechanic that powers you up by quite a bit. It's meant as a comeback mechanic, because it will trigger the Dragon Rush.
No. Yeah. Okay.
So yeah,
Right, we still got a lot to go, so let us keep going because otherwise we get bogged down. Here's a game nobody cares about: Delta Force Black Ops. It's
No, actually, there is a small cult of people who love Delta Force games.
Well, I got bored the moment the game appeared on screen.
I didn't say they were interesting people.
Yeah, well, that's true. Also, they're doing a crossover with Black Hawk Down.
what's that movie now?
That game came out in was it late 90s?
Yeah,
Didn't it get its own whole video game?
It did, a bad one. I mean, the movie was fine. It wasn't like set the world on fire or anything like that.
Because I remember being a child when that movie came out.
Well, the thing is, even if you say it's about the movie, like Black Hawk Down doesn't explicitly refer to the movie. Like it refers to the Battle of Mogadishu generally. Like that's what the Battle of Mogadishu is also called Black Hawk Down.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what they're going for, is it? Because
I don't know. I have no idea what they're going for, but that is the reality.
Yeah. So they really should have clarified that.
I didn't watch the trailer.
I don't know why the US really wanted to be involved in Somalia of all places, but
because money.
What money is there in Somalia?
We never said we were taking it from other countries. They're finding ways to fleece.
Just taking it from the taxpayer and giving it to the munitions companies.
Precisely. And guess who those munitions companies are all sponsoring? Hacks. Just a bit of a minor tangent onto the corruption of the American political system. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, moving on. Yeah, modern tactical shooter, boring.
There are people that love them, but they only like good ones, and they're very picky. Very, very picky, and they're all still playing Rainbow Six.
They are.
Like the Rainbow Six from like 2004.
Yeah, what was that big one? The dad tactical shooter.
I don't
forget what it was. Pardon?
I don't know. They all have Tom Clancy in the name, so.
Yeah, they really shut the bed recently. I forget what they're called all of a sudden. Anywho.
Ghost Recon?
No, not Ghost Recon.
They did I know a Ghost Recon game got done that did shit the bed because it had a bunch of weird crypto stuff tied up in it or something.
Oh yeah, it did because they did NFTs.
Yeah, that was a brilliant idea for sure.
I will look it up.
Do you need to? It was a thing that happened.
It was a thing that happened.
I think that everybody involved is terribly embarrassed right now.
Yeah. It'll come to me later. I'm just having a brain fart, but they released a ridiculously expensive pay-to-win system that basically overwrote the previous overly expensive pay-to-win system. Anyway.
Are you okay?
Wait. Yes, it is City of Wolf, Buster.
This is next Fatal Fury game. We already knew it was revealed. I don't know if we had a trailer.
This trailer though? It's like here's this weirdo with a bowl cut in an arcade. That's the trailer. Enjoy.
I think we've already had the game revealed, and for its general reveal, I think this was a character reveal trailer for one of the base roster.
There is a ball cut on the roster.
That doesn't matter. B Janet's cool. I like B Janet, but she has very jiggly bits. And she's blonde. But there's Terry. So are you
There's
okay?
Terry.
Buster Wolf.
So much ham. Right. Battle Crush, some sort of fighter. It's a gacha game. A small gacha game here. It was cute, I guess, for people who like that sort of terribleness. It looked really, really bad, and it looked like a gacha game. So yeah, some sort of platform brawler thingy. Also, so inconsistent. Like, half of the characters did not look like they came in the same universe. What the hell?
Well, it's pretty common for gacha games to get a whole bunch of different artists involved from all kinds of different bits. So
yeah, it is. But at least they try to stick to a style.
FGO doesn't.
Not usually. FGO doesn't. Blue Archive doesn't.
Yeah, true.
Like, if you're here to tell me that Dantes and Cleo look like half the rest of the cast, I'm here to tell you you're wrong.
Yeah.
Or at least nothing if not distinct.
Columbus.jpg.
Yep. Hey boy Columbus.
Yeah, boy Columbus. Oh boy. Next game, Mecha Break. I mean, if it looks like a Gundam, it quacks like a Gundam, it's a Gundam.
I don't know. There's not
They've
even
even
a
got
trailer
the
posted here.
two designers of Gundam making Gundams for this
Giant
game.
robots are cool. Like, I feel like they're just fundamentally cool. But
yeah, but
it's
at this point,
only occasionally that one will be executed really well in a video game form.
we'll see. Like, yeah. I mean, they should have just called this game Gundam, but anyway. They showed very brief gameplay, and it was like zooming around and firing missiles all over the place, and that was about it.
But that's what giant robots do.
It is what giant robots do. So it was fast, it was zoomy, it had giant robots. So maybe good, maybe.
You have 4 horns, Fern.
Because I don't. I have 3.
Horns, Fern.
1 is natural.
Mm-hmm.
The other 2 are my Chuny side coming out because Summoner.
White Mage.
I am using the same glam from Summoner because I don't have one with White Mage. Where were we? Blumhouse movie studio, the guys who made the Five Nights at Freddy game, making a whole bunch of, well, they're not making, they're funding a whole bunch of little indie horror games. Which zooms are so quick we don't really have anything to say about them. Moving on. Power Rangers Reader Rewind. It's Gen 1 Power Rangers.
Yeah, and in a side-scrolling beat-em-up game with little micro segment cutaways to like shmup and first-person mech piloting.
Yeah, it's a kick in the childhood, is what it is.
Go Power Rangers.
Go Power Rangers. I do love Power Rangers. I have a.
I don't even remember what Rita was trying to do.
Ham.
Yeah,
that was it.
I don't remember.
She was going ham.
I don't remember what her actual goal was, or if she had one. But she escaped.
Like take over the world or something. Yeah, something simple.
She escaped from a trash can on the moon, and then came down and caused trouble. And Zordon needed teenagers with attitude. And we're off to the races.
And there you go. And yeah,
No, multi-ethnic teenagers.
Yes. Yeah, 90s diversity. Yeah, but it was so just weird and dumb and hammy. I loved it. And they never really got away from that. Although I think the latest couple of seasons, they've starting to ditch the old school or the original Super Sentai footage that they've been using for years. Because that's basically what Power Rangers was. They took the action-y bits from Super Sentai and then put an English story to it. Sort of. It's very weird.
Yeah, everything about Power Rangers is weird. Although there are some genuinely good stories and series in there. Like, I don't remember Wild Force being any good, but I do remember it having cool action scenes from the Sentai footage. And
that's all you really needed some days. let's make this cool.
But Time Force was pretty good from what I remember.
Yeah.
It got banned in New Zealand, so I didn't really watch any.
Yes, it did. You lack a vital part of our hammy childhood. Because I swear they gave the lady who acted for Rita Repulsa the script and just said, "Go overboard."
Make sure there is no scenery left unchewed.
Yes, you must devour all this scenery before you get your dessert.
Gave her a cardboard cutout of a tree and say, "Get started."
Yep. Because, oh boy, did she go ham. And it was glorious.
So she is the central point of this game. Okay, like if it
She's just a
gets
bad guy.
if it has a big enough splash that people that I know check it out, I'd be willing to jump into Power Rangers game. But this is going to depend on if it makes enough splash to then pique the interest of people in my friend group because it looks like it's more fun in multiplayer.
Wait. Deer and Boy, another child meets up with magical animal, goes on a side-scrolling platform adventure.
Yeah, more art house stuff. Don't care.
Same thing. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Honestly, this trailer was a bit more lighthearted than I expect for Kingdom Come. But, anywho, I still haven't gone back and actually played the original yet. I've got it there to play. I just haven't played it yet. But it looks
I don't know
alright.
if I want to be a bohemian peasant.
It's presented to you warts and all in the original. Especially the warts. They like the warts. But they do seem to be at least sticking with their what do you call it? Historical authenticity. Bleh. I can't words.
I feel there's a part of me that feels the purpose of these games actually is to be exploited in some way by Seth.
Yes. Depending on the game, it's either going to make something really weird out of it or something really autistic, and you're not sure which you're going to get with him. All right, so I might check out Kingdom Come 2 after I eventually get around to Kingdom Come 1. I'm going to be a peasant for a while. Slid ahead. Not what I thought this game was originally going to be when it was announced.
I don't know anything about it other than it was a horror game.
It's made by some of the original Silent Hill people. So we kind of had this weird mutating people where everyone's kind of expecting Silent Hill. No, we're getting Prototype.
Huh.
Yeah. And you possess random passers-by and then mutate them into flesh guns and things. So,
for any particular reason, or just because you can?
Largely because you can, I think, at this point. So yeah, completely different from where I was thinking they were going to go with that game. So yeah, it's what it reminded me most of is Prototype. Killer Bean. It had a very sus-looking bean. It's a third-person shooty actiony thing made by a single guy. Apparently people are really hyped for this one, but I don't get it. I just don't get it. So, yeah. Next up, Lady with Enormous Pants comes out. Talks about Can, which is the person climbs a mountain and screams a lot.
Slightly less art house, but still art house game gimmick.
Still fairly art house, yeah.
Gimmick game, don't care.
Yes, Lady with Enormous Pants. Wanda Stop. Ex-adventurer runs a tea shop and doesn't cope.
We have Reciteer at home.
I mean, yeah. Reciteer doesn't have the overtones of mental health issues on it.
Oh,
I think that's where that
one
one's
of
gonna
those. Go. Oh no!
I don't want
think that's
to
where it's gonna
hear
go.
about the next game that is about depression, as though anybody plays video games in order to hear about being depressed.
Yeah. The game that just truly, I was already sick of it well before then, but the game that just made me have no sympathy for it anymore was Celeste.
Yeah, they really played their hand hard.
If your game is about depression, I don't care. I will not even give it a look.
Yeah, at this point, it's just I don't play games to be depressed. If I want to be depressed, I just go outside or turn on the TV.
I don't know what they really expect. Like, is this just a purely cynical awards bait type of thing? Like, because I can't understand what else you would do this for.
Give it the
Nobody
time-
is going to have any kind of special reaction to it.
That's between this and the small child with that Magic Animal Friend platforms. They do kind of smack of Oscar bait.
There's some of that, I think, but I think it's mostly these people are just so up their own butthole. They genuinely think a message about depression will touch people's hearts in some way. That it isn't just an overplayed trope at this point.
Based on what?
I just a feeling I get from the way these people
They just feel that
themselves
they're
and
so important to such centers of the universe that everybody's business is to work out what they were thinking and obey them.
yeah.
The problem is at this point, even if someone came out with a story about depression and stuff that was like completely tasteful and got the message across and is the best story ever, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Because
I'm not
so
sure.
much...
Can you write a good story about depression that doesn't involve getting better from it?
The thing with making depression with a capital D and a T next to it as your core part of your messaging and your story is you're just going to you have either an explicit depression analysis story or an allegory story, neither of which are interesting.
No.
Well, they also have they've also got this weird sort of taboo against getting better.
Yep.
Mm.
You just have to accept that you're going to live with it forever. That seems to be the mental health industry in a nutshell these days. Because you need to keep giving us money, you see.
Yes. So yeah, that whole area is so oversaturated at this point that even a fantastic story with those themes is just going to be buried in mud.
I'm not convinced you can write a fantastic story with those themes.
Yeah, the trick is overcoming it, and that seems to be the bit that is missing in a lot of cases.
You might be able to win a race without one of your feet, but only if the rest of the competition is crippled.
Anyway, where was I? One to stop. Unknown 9 Awakening. Something possession magic in India. Also, incredibly generic villain.
Oh,
I mean, the guy's got a cane. He needs a British accent, and he'll complete the set.
Right, this is the one that I just thought, oh, this is just the evil white people game.
I hope that's not where they're going with it, but I suspect that is.
No, that is exactly where they're going with it, just from flicking through this trailer. Like, the poor indigenous people with higher melanin count than the oppressive, lacking melanin individual. That's exactly where this is going. I can tell just from a cursory flick through the trailer. I have no sympathy for this game. Nobody should buy this.
All right. Moving on, Monster Hunter Stories is apparently porting to something. I have no idea why this was here.
Well, because they're putting it on PC, aren't they?
Is that what they're doing? Isn't it already on PC?
It's popular upcoming on Steam by the looks.
Okay. I guess it's not. It seems to be on everything else.
That's the first one. You know, the one from years ago.
Yep.
With what should I call it? Edgelord Dude.
Edgelord Dude, yes. Next one, Enotria. It's a Soulsy based in Italy. Also masks. Like, we're going Majora's masks type thing here with a Soulsy. So, I'm not sure how well that's going to work. And, unfortunately, they didn't show anything gameplay, so we don't know. First Descendants. Sci-fi looter shooter, no gameplay. Next game is the Amogus guys doing. They're funding more indies because, of course, they are. They've got Amogus money, so they might as well. They didn't say a whole lot about these games either because they zoom past so quick. So not a whole lot to say there, except there is an Amogus TV show coming out.
Oh my goodness, why?
Because money.
Is it going to be made by Netflix as well?
No.
Amazon?
No.
HBO?
No.
I don't want to know what would happen if it was made by HBO. There's some things
I
that just nobody
really
needs
do
to
not
see.
want to know.
You know that Amogus booty wiggle gif?
It's basically just going to be 90 minutes of that.
Turn it up to 11.
So yeah, they showed a little cartoon trailer where it's just like the crewmates doing stuff, and there's a shadow lurking around trying to murder things, and that's about it. Nobody actually talked, and hopefully there's no talking in it. Anyway, so yes, Sonic X Shadow Generations. It looked like they're selling Sonic Generations with the bolt on now.
Yeah,
What? I don't. This name is confusing to me.
it's just Sonic Generations with Shadow bolted onto it.
So
Sonic
it's
Generations
basically
and Shadow.
you play Sonic Shadow, Sonic X, Sonic Generations simultaneously.
Yes. And yeah, unfortunately, Shadow's story does involve edgelordism because, yeah, of course, it freaking does.
It's Shadow. His
It's
game had a
Shadow. It's
gun.
kind of what he do.
Game had a gun.
The game had many gun, and you could destroy the world. Because
so long as it wasn't
edgy.
the one which had bestiality in it.
No, that was
no, they didn't quite
that
reach
was the
that
next
point.
one.
That was the next one, which was worse. I do still have my copy of Shadow the Hedgehog around here somewhere, I think. I found it when I was doing that big sort through a couple of months back. So I put that aside for infamy.
There was a time when me and all the grandkids in my generation of my mom's side of the family were doing a whole bunch of miscellaneous work for my grandparents at their house, and they agreed if we helped them that week with that stuff, they would take us and each get us a video game. I don't remember what I picked, and I don't remember what my sister picked, but I distinctly remember them telling my useless cousin no because he brought back Shadow the Hedgehog to him.
The thing is, the game wasn't that horrific. It was Shadow, and he just had gun. And it was just pointless and edgy and just terrible in every way. I mean, if you are a connoisseur of terrible games, it's right up there. So yeah, this basically looks like Sonic Generations, except now you can have an additional chapter with Shadow. Which means, guess what? Oh boy, we're going back to Chemical Plant again. Yeah. That has to be the most used level in video game history. Oh boy. Where was I? Find the list. Dune Awakening. It's Conan Exiles, but Dune.
I'm not on I'm not on the Dune train, I'm afraid. I have no history with Dune. I've never read it. I've never seen any adaptation of it. I have no interest in doing either of those things.
Well, Team 4-Star already spoiled it for you. And, I can do the future. That's the whole plot of Dune.
That's a good chunk of the plot, yes.
That is literally
Magic Babies.
Yeah, literally the whole plot of Dune is I can see the future.
I can see the future.
I can see the future better than you.
This is basically, it's going to be Conan Exiles, but if you get your dangly bits out, everything's going to shrivel up and fall off. There you go.
Also, it's a not so subtle pro-Muslim propaganda. Just going to throw that out there.
I don't know about that.
I think it's pretty explicit.
I can't offer any opinion one way or another because I don't know anything about it. End of story.
Yeah. Anywho, Battle Aces, another one with no substance, some sort of card-based RTS, like who remembers Age of Empires 3? Bleh.
I did not play the third one. I believe I own it, but I have not played it.
Yeah, it basically looks like StarCraft with a deck system, except really dumbed down. So I'm thinking.
Is that something we need?
No. Like they say they're making an RTS for the casual market, but the problem is people don't play RTS to be casual with them. And they're also taking away the really fun bits like base planning and stuff like that. It's just like you poop out your units and send them into each other.
Anytime
That
anybody,
seems like what it is. It's just poop out your units, curl them up in a big old ball, and throw them at the enemy.
yeah.
There's your strategy.
Remember what they did to Command and Conquer?
No, I refuse to.
Remember Command and Conquer 4?
No, that game doesn't exist.
Remember how they just torpedoed the best RTS franchise?
I
Remember-
could make it worse for you.
No.
If you're going to insist on making me remember things, I'm going to make you remember Command and Conquer's rivals.
What
Remember
about Renegade? Remember? Does anybody remember Renegade?
No.
That highly abortive experiment.
Oh,
I don't remember Renegade.
It was an FPS Command and Conquer game.
oh yeah.
Oh, that was a thing. I think I recall it being a thing.
You can get them all on Steam now.
Yeah.
It's right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Renegade just didn't work, unfortunately, when I tried to play it.
Oh man.
Yeah, that was at least a.
Man, I need to get Generals again. I want to see if they've censored it.
I bet you they have. Can we actually get Generals? Let me see.
Yeah. You can now. They recently put them all up.
Ooh.
Yeah. I wonder
Mm.
if
I'm just waiting for
Even-
a Steam sale.
good old not Resident Evil, good old Red Alert
Oh.
1 and 2 and 3 for that matter.
Yep.
Best.
George Takei and Tim Curry, hand-to-hand combat. Great. Masterful. Yeah, I think the Steam sale comes up next week. The summer sale.
Soon TM.
So I might have to
TM.
get a hold of Generals and General Zero Hour and play them again. Like those games would just be viewed as so outrageously racist today.
Yes, they would. Let's see. June 27th, so a couple of weeks away yet. At least that's the current estimate. They're usually fairly reliable with their estimates, though.
And so if you get like the remastered original ones, does it have all of the classic FMV in there and stuff?
I think it does.
My physical disc copy of the remaster collection does. Oh man. Oh no. That just made me realize how old I am.
Yep.
I have
Welcome
the
to the
Command
club.
and Conquer collection, like the remaster collection on like PC CD-ROM.
I also have that somewhere.
Oh
My
no.
my original Age of Empires disc literally rotted.
Yeah.
Like the data layer flaked off.
Yeah, mine too.
Was
And I replaced it
very
with one I got out of
upset.
a cereal box.
Yeah, I remember they did start putting them in cereal boxes after a while.
Yeah, you buy a box
never
of
got one of
cornflakes, you
those,
got a copy
but-
of Age of Empires.
I mean, that's a quality cereal box tchotchke, if you ask me.
I know, right? I don't do that anymore. We go back to those days where you get some either decent video game or a choking hazard out of a cereal box.
Do they put anything in cereal boxes anymore, or is that just not a thing that happens anymore?
Not anymore. At most, you might get a code for like V-Bucks or something.
Yeah, I remember playing with the toys that came out of them things, or getting the one that had a demo disc or janky dollar CD-ROM game.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
like
wasn't there some cereal brands that had their own video games?
yes, and they were all apocalyptically awful.
Well, there's something they gave to the intern and said, figure something out.
Yeah, so you got like the Apogee era acid trip platformer. If you're old enough to remember those, you know. I'm pretty sure you are old enough to remember those, Vol.
I mean, it depends on which one you're referring to, because I didn't play all of them. I played
Them in general,
them.
because like
like
there was
I played Commander Keen 1 through 6 plus Dreams. I
see,
played
that was a good one.
I played Monster Bash. I played Biomenace. I played a tiny bit of Cosmos Cosmic Adventure. I played Hocus Pocus. Played Duke
Yeah.
Nukem 1 and 2. What else? What other ones? in
Those
that
are all
era did I
good
play?
games. I'm not referring to
That-
those.
Those are Apogee games, though.
Yeah. No, these were
I don't know what you are referring
these
to.
are the rip-offs that
I
made
didn't
some
play
sort of
rip-offs.
Yeah,
I
they
had
made
the FOG games to be bad enough as it was. I was so bad at them.
They were bad.
I was not going to progress through them so fast that I needed to play rip-offs.
I tried Hocus Pocus and pain. Anywho, but no, these are the Apogee platformer rip-offs. Like they'd rip off Commander Keen usually, or Sonic, or something like that. But they would have the worst colors, and generally they'd be set in some sort of candy universe, and with the most terrible, grating MIDI soundtrack. Oh, there was
Yeah.
one actually that got a remake recently, and what was that one called? It was the one where you're a little blob. Yeah, you'd end up having to collect like a bajillion nothings.
The closest I came to that,
Where by year?
yeah, the
What
closest
year
I
should I
came
look
to any of that was Izzy's quest for the Olympic rings on the Super Nintendo.
Oh, good lord!
It is sold exclusively in Atlanta when the Olympics were here in the era of the Super Nintendo, and it was awful.
Izzy is the mistake the Olympic Committee would like you to forget about.
I will never
and
forget about him.
Burn the evidence.
I had stuffed Izzy's because they were so cheap because they overproduced them down here. They're still in the attic somewhere, probably in a box. I will present Izzy for the on the screen. Got a picture of him.
I don't remember this game called, but yeah. Anyway, that was a period that happened.
Oh yes, that's a suitably terrifying picture.
Yeah, where was I? Found the list. Next game they talked about was the finals. Does anybody actually care about the finals? No. Good. Moving on. Alan Wake 2. They're selling an expansion, and because for some reason it's been 6 months since that game launched, they're only now doing physical collector's editions. So, why?
Alan Wake 2 seems to have had the flower fall off of it amongst its status as a media darling.
Yeah.
So
admittedly, the trailer they showed was like what if scenarios with some incredibly wacky characters, which may have been a bit more interesting.
It's somehow been completely replaced in my brain with that weird musical number. The one that they performed. Yeah, the one they performed at the Game Awards.
Yeah, that was why. I mean, that's the reason why you watch the Game Awards and you watch E3 or the corpse of E3 is for the cringe. And the lead developer of Alan Wake 2 delivered in that front because he just came out on the stage and started dancing.
You know, the only thing Alan Wake has ever given me in my life that was genuinely hilarious was the video of the scientist that was just Alan Wake's voice actor dressed up in a lab coat, in his underwear, dancing to Dynamite.
Yes.
Why is this a good thing?
Because it's hilarious.
It's not. It's terrible and it's funny.
It's in control as a real cutscene.
Next game is New World is apparently still online and they're releasing an expansion.
Weren't you playing that?
I played that when it first launched, and it was bad at that point. They may have gotten everything sorted out and, have more than 3 different types of enemy in there now. But back at launch, that game was just bad.
They made 2 Chex Quest games, not just one.
Oh yeah, Chex Quest would qualify as the rip-offs, yes. I'd say Cool Spot as well, but Cool Spot was actually good.
It's like nakedly a Doom ripoff.
Yeah. Okay. But it is also an acid trip.
It sure looks like it. My goodness. Hell.
Yeah. The best Doom ripoff I ever actually played was Super Noah's Ark, of all things.
Wait, how is Nights into Dreams Abandonware? Oh, it's a Christmas one.
Oh, okay. I mean, I think Nights into Dreams at this point does count as abandonware because Sega's not doing anything about it. They made Balan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I liked Knights.
Yeah. Knights was Knights was just deliciously weird. We need more weird. Let's be weird again.
And people trying to be creative. No, we can't have
that.
that.
The thing that doesn't happen in video games anymore.
Yeah, no, we have to re-release the same game 30 times or just continue a franchise to death. We can't have original ideas that are any good.
Yep. The next game, Star Rail. They did the abbreviated trailer there. So yeah, you got Trailblazer with a hat and March with swords. There you go. Dark and Darker. Really gritty looking dungeon crawler, which I actually, because it's free, I downloaded it and played it for 5 minutes and immediately uninstalled it because no. Apparently it does have a really dedicated fan base because it launched early on and I think it was NCSoft or someone apparently sued them off Steam. And now they're back. So there you go. Next game is Kunitsu game Path of the Goddess, which is Capcom's Japanese thing.
Yeah, it looked low budget, but it's Capcom, so it's probably finished. I'll wait till it comes out, make sure nothing's. May check it out. Looks okay.
It looks okay. It does actually look kind of weird.
It also looks really low budget. Like this was handed to the C team.
Yeah. This is like the proof of concept. Let's just make a thing for the sake of making a thing.
Like this thing looks so low budget, and its animation quality looks so bad in some places that it's very possible this thing could just be hot garbage because they just gave the C team something to do.
Yeah, though that said, when every now and again the C team gets handed a project and they make something that's actually genuinely good. It's not necessarily Capcom C team, but it's happened in the past.
Not normally so much that the game is good, it's that it will have one particular feature or sequence in it that is incredibly good and everybody will wonder why it's not everywhere.
Yeah. And then that will eventually spin off into a new franchise, which will ultimately get ruined. You know, the usual process.
How they do.
Here's how they do. But I'm interested in this one. I might take a look at that one. Hyperlight Breaker. I already got to talk about this thing because it was too full of neon for me.
Don't worry, there's nothing to talk about with it. Hyperlight Breaker, same world as Hyperlight Drifter. Hyperlight Drifter, really, really good video game. It is a totally different style of action game, being an isometric action game that is very controller friendly. But that was defined by its hard bosses and its Metroid style layout for an isometric game.
Okay.
This of course gave it both the Metroidvania and the Souls-like tag, despite neither really fitting at all. But okay.
Yeah, people like to put tags on things even if they don't fit.
But I like Hyperlight Drifter. Hyperlight Breaker is a 3D version with roguelite elements. Both of these are yellow flags for me, at the very least.
Yeah. Again, roguelike means nothing.
And but full campaign co-op sounds interesting. If they're letting it be more seamless with that this time. If they can do it, cool. But it's such a departure from Hyperlight Drifter. Yeah, Drifter was good, guys, and I would like to see more of it. But I don't know if you guys can do 3D yet. This is a totally different ball game. It's way more complicated to do 3D than 2D. And while you were very, very good with 2D, you have not proven to me you can do 3D yet, so I'm going to have to wait and see what other people say before I check this one out. And that's unfortunate for you, because the number of people that have played Hyperlight Drifter is like me and maybe 12 other people.
All right, we'll see on that one. Skates got a very, very strange trailer where it's like this corporate welcome video. I don't know what that has to do with skateboarding. And the whole thing of this trailer was ultimately, we're still here. The game still exists. Allegedly. Apparently it's got a fall release, but like skateboard games, honestly, I think died with the classic Tony Hawk's.
When I think of skateboard games, I still don't even think of the Tony Hawk games. I think of the skateboarding mini game inside of Spyro, which was literally just the Tony Hawk games, but transplanted into the Spyro the Dragon.
Yeah, it was basically copy pasted, except just put a dragon on a skateboard. I mean, if it worked, I suppose it'd make a no, it didn't make a whole lot of sense in context, I guess. But a lot of stuff in Spyro games doesn't.
No, Hunter's found this cool little place that's totally radical, man. He set up all kinds of ramps everywhere, and you can do tricks and crap.
Yeah. What does this have to do with the main story? Nothing.
Oh no, he just found this place and turned it into a skate park because he thought it was a cool idea.
But you do need to do at least a little bit of it to pay off money bags, because of course you do. So yeah, Skate, yay! It's an EA game, so you're not getting my money either way. Palworld put out a big update announcement. They're adding a new island and slightly less copyright infringement.
Is anybody playing that still?
Yeah, they've still got enough people. Like, there's a bunch of people out there who are still playing it fairly regularly, and there's a good group of people out there who've kind of burned through everything that was already there and are waiting for more. I do like me some Palworld. I really like that game. Even if it, for all its jank, it is actually still kind of fun. Alright, Valorant, getting a console port, fine. For some reason, there was a trailer for Inside Out 2 because Yong Ye's in it, I guess.
Yeah. Never forget what he did to Kiryu.
He just was the wrong pick for Kiryu.
No, he's just bad.
He's just like generic anime protagonist number 3.
No, he's just bad.
Self-esteem, he needs to believe that he's actually a voice actor and not a YouTuber.
Like, Yong Ye is just awful at voice acting. Like, I've never heard him in a good role. He appears to have no talent whatsoever. So they are, they can get stuffed. I will poo-poo this man every opportunity I get.
All right, well, now he's in a Disney movie. That, Disney. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Anywho, that's a rant for another day. Next game. Another weird-ass trailer. This was Squad Busters, which showed nothing about the game, but it was about a man in a chicken suit following a guy around, and then these other guys turn up, which I'm pretty sure is set in the Clash universe.
Wait.
And they're just
do we
this guy around.
Did we finally find the game that is run from the Chicken Man?
I think we certainly found the trailer for it.
What persona on the brain from earlier? This is the only thing I could think of.
You got to run from the Chicken Man. So yeah, I don't know anything about the game whatsoever, other than it's got a chicken in it. I guess. Like, this wasn't even Devolver level of trailer, because at least the Devolver trailers are tangentially attached to the game. Even if, like, they're incredibly weird. This was just stupid.
Star Rail has a giant chicken in it.
It does have a giant chicken in it.
Although I believe that there is supposed to be some implicit assertion that it's actually a phoenix.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's a chicken.
It's a chicken.
It's a large chicken.
But it's still a chicken. Finally, we get to the meaty bit. Monster Hunter Wilds. They actually didn't show as much as I'd hoped they would show here. They showed off their new Sandworm Leviathan. And that's about it. Also, a brief hint at what I think was a Latrian in there. Like, they didn't
what
show...
about Ignector?
I want to clack. Give me the clack, clack, clack. Such a fantastic design for a monster, and they've never reused it. Ah! Also, Selsus Queen. Give me Selsus Queen. I want Selsus Queen. I want to fight a main battle tank as a monster again. So they haven't shown me anything about Monster Hunter Wilds yet, aside from the voice Palico. That is a turn-off. Which is a good thing. And unfortunately, is kind of the norm for video game trailers at this point. It's like, they show us a really cool concept, and then they show us something terrible, and that makes me go, no. Like, the words live service.
Their favorite word, though.
Because money. So yeah, the voice protagonist and the voice Palico, I could probably warm up to them, even though the comparisons to Navarro are obvious.
I just don't think it's necessary.
I don't think it's necessary either. I think they could have
that
done
money could have
just well
spent on
without.
something else. That money could have been spent putting Agnactor in the game.
It could have. Give us Agnactor. I'll swap voice acting for Agnactor, please.
And it has to be this way.
And last game is Phantom Blade Zero, which I think has been announced a couple of times already.
They keep announcing it.
They do keep announcing it. That's the.
Is there going to be a Souls-like? Is that what we're doing?
I think they're going for a Soulsy, but it's also very fast paced. So I'm not sure how well that will work.
Looks more like it's somewhere in the middle between like your Neo style of Souls game and your typical action game. But yeah, I do get Souls vibes just hard.
Yeah. It's also Chinese mythology, I guess. Sort of.
Looks Japanese.
A bit of both in there. So maybe, I don't know, maybe the character jumps back and forth between the two countries. Yeah.
Well, then again, the rice hat could be either, I guess.
The rice hat could be either, but the giant ceremonial dragon head is definitely Chinese. So, and that was it. Like, there was still another 2 hours of tat after this, and maybe we'll talk about some of that next week if any of that proved to be interesting. But yeah, that was the Jeff Keighley show. Thankfully, unlike E3, they were just like, it was like just trailer, here's a trailer, here's a trailer, here's a trailer. They kept the stage time to a bare minimum, and there was no fart sniffing, self-congratulation cutscenes from any of the developers.
Maybe they paid him enough to nix that.
Yeah.
Didn't want to.
Maybe that was the whole idea for making things so expensive, is so they couldn't do that.
They couldn't get up and do
get up and sniff their own farts on stage.
Sell more Steam Decks.
I mean, selling Steam Decks would be fine. But no, you remember at least every E3 there'd be at least one developer who would have this masturbatory bloody footage talking about how great they are.
Oh, there's those, but I don't care so much about those. I care more about the ones that get up there and start praising Karl Marx.
Yeah, those two.
Or Sonic Fox getting up on stage. Or
that's more for the awards, though.
Or Kratos himself getting up there and selling more Steam Decks because he's so drunk he doesn't know how much time has passed.
Yeah, and then they overcorrect the next year. Yeesh.
Oh goodness. So yeah, for going on about that for like an hour and 45 minutes, 2 hours, we basically have the conclusion of, we'll see on some of them, but it's all pretty mediocre.
Yeah,
I'm not particularly enthused about anything that I saw there. Like, I mean, it's a given that I'm going to be interested in Monster Hunter, but everything else, like, I have reservations at best.
Yeah. It used to be previous years, like you'd watch one of these shows and you'd get at least hyped about one or two things, but aside from Monster Hunter, again, it's like, well, there's a couple of, I'll wait and see, or maybe I'll pick it up on sales or see how it pans out, but beyond that, it's just...
We just have too many burn scars at this point from getting excited about games in the last decade or so, that it's just really hard to get hyped for games, because chances are it comes out and it's either not done, or it's got some bolted on live service that makes it a chore, or it's just something about it is jank and doesn't work right, or they release it and it's broken on PC. Like, there's just so many caveats these days.
Yeah,
that can make it a problem, and it's impossible unless it's a proven franchise, a proven developer that doesn't do that crap. They'll get the benefit of the doubt until they inevitably, eventually do screw it up.
Yeah.
Like, it's just I cannot justify sitting down and watching these shows live anymore, and I certainly can't justify getting excited for anything. 'Cause what are the odds if let's play pretend and say this was the demonstration we got 10 years ago. Yeah, there's a few games in there that 10 years ago I could have gone, oh, this has potential. This could be good. I could get excited for this. This looks good. Maybe when I see some more of it again, it'll be okay. But
Yeah.
nowadays, I just don't trust people. And furthermore, if it did come out 10 years ago, some of these trailers would actually have more gameplay.
They would actually have gameplay.
Yeah, because I noticed more than ever in the glimpses I took of these trailers, a severe lack of gameplay in every single one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them had just flat none. Or if they did show gameplay, it was very clearly scripted bits that were not clips of actual things that are going to be representative of the actual gameplay in game.
Thankfully, we didn't get any of those really long, extended trailers of claiming here is genuine gameplay. Here is the most scripted thing ever. These people do not speak like actual people. You know, those things. Although we still haven't seen half of the big name AAA presses yet, so those will
Well,
probably.
we
still
also
happen.
haven't seen anybody who had enough good sense not to pay money to Jeff Keighley.
True.
That said, one funny bit about this I found is the remnants of the Silk Song community that are hanging on are on suicide watch.
That copium has run out. The hopium has dried
Oh
up.
yeah,
What's left?
they're like saying they should just tear the sub down if we don't get an announcement during the summer announcement season.
Yeah.
They have just totally finally gone off the deep end.
You guys genuinely expected something?
Like I had long since given up on that game coming out, and if it comes out, cool. If not, in the likely scenario, it's become vaporware. You know, is not unexpected. But there's a not small contingent of people that are still holding out hope beyond hope, and it just ain't going well for them. They're at their wits' end.
Yeah. It's time to give up, guys. It's just not happening. Yeah, so yeah, even so, like, this is kind of the new. Well, this is still the corpse of E3 at this point. E3 isn't there anymore. People are still figuring out what on earth to do now.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
it kind of makes sense that this year is going to fall flat a bit, at least for the presentation, not necessarily the trailers. The trailers fell flat because there just really wasn't anything worth showing.
Well, I hope that somebody pays attention to how much they paid to fall flat.
Yeah. But yeah, these trailers could have been put straight up on YouTube for less money, and they would have had much the same reaction, honestly.
Yeah. It's I just don't trust game companies right now.
No.
That there are a very, very, very small number of them. Some of which aren't even whole companies, just specific teams within those companies. That I'll trust to put out a product that's something I can consider a day one purchase. Certainly not a pre-order, unless it's something I'm going to play anyway, regardless of how good or bad it is. Like I'm going to play Dawn Trail, no matter how good or bad it is. Enough time to run a pre-order. But like maybe if Capcom announced Devil May Cry 6, I would know I would play that. But or if FromSoft announces a game, I'll probably play that because they have a proven track record now. But just every other company, I'm just like, yeah, I'll wait.
You guys have kind of burned the hype. It's gone.
Yeah, getting excited for anything that comes out is just too dangerous. You're like, our hands and arms are covered in burn scars from grabbing onto that hype train, and it just crashing and burning so many times.
And we're just gonna let it go by now.
Yeah, we do learn our lesson eventually.
Eventually.
And we're supposed to be a video game podcast, and we just spent like 2 hours poo-pooing video games.
Well, if they had something worth getting hyped and excited for, and hadn't spent the last decade pooing on us.
Yeah.
They poo-pooed me first.
They did. They are the first target of the poo-poo.
To go instance, Sabatender. How are you today?
I'm cringe.
Well, Senor Sabatender.
I am into eternal pain. Seriously, whoever's in that suit must be in pain.
Lalafell.
Yes, but
Oh.
Lalafell need to put their arms down occasionally as well.
That won their whole Gold Saucer quest 1 year about the Lalafell inside the Senior Sapatender suit.
Yes. Yeah, there was. I cannot leap of faith today.
What in the blue heck is this weird thing that you put on the table in the guild house?
Did you do?
I don't know. What did I do?
You click it and it makes a thing come out of it. But I don't know what this is. Altar to Pazuzu.
Oh, that's been there forever.
I haven't been down here in quite a long time because I don't play this game regularly anymore.
Yeah, it's been down there for over half a year.
All right. With all that out of the way, we should probably wrap up because it's been a longer show.
Alrighty, yep. So that's the Jeff Keighley section of the Game Awards. We will probably at least have news next week because the rest of the ceremony went on. So
Yeah, we've still got at the very least we'll probably get the something out of the Microsoft Bethesda one, even if it is crushing disappointment.
We might get more lies.
We might get more lies. Well, it's Todd Howard. We will get more lies.
lies, tell me sweet little lies.
Sorry, Todd, but you've kind of dethroned Peter Molyneux at this point.
Yeah, Todd is the next generation Peter Molyneux.
Yeah.
Like the way I talk about Peter Molyneux, the kids of this era are going to talk about Todd Howard the same way.
Yes. At least Peter Molyneux eventually shut up after
Goddess.
Oh, bad game. Not even entertainingly bad. Anyway.
All right, folks. I think we should wrap. You don't got anything else?
And now
Nope,
I'm in
I don't
pain
think so.
because I remembered Goddess existed again.
It's your favorite. Everyone knows it's your favorite.
All righty. I think we are done, folks. We will see you next week.